in there, and like she never talks. She was talking for a little bit, and
Yeah.
she told me that this server is pretty active.
Yeah, KJ's cool. She talks over here because, we don't ridicule her. We try not to ridicule people. We try to keep it just to the information. And if you're not giving citation about the premise by which you deny stuff or by which you say stuff is true, then you're just actually not sharing information. So you're not active in an academic level debate. An academic level debate doesn't have a winner or a loser. It's a comparing of information from scientific or authoritative sources. You know what an accredited source is, so it's just a duel of accredited sources. That's all academic level debate is.
Right.
My accredited sources versus yours. If we're not using accredited sources, we're just arguing beliefs. You can't debunk a belief, so there's no winner in a belief debate now, is there?
Alright, stream restarted.
That's
I
why
appreciate.
That's what I mean. Here we try to make sure everybody in the debate is respected, bro. Not just this isn't an echo chamber for flat earthers. We got like 3,000 fucking Glovers and like 200 flat earthers.
Right. So I'm very good at like pointing out when somebody has no like evidence to support their claims. So I'm good at that. As far as like supporting my claims, I'm not the greatest at it. Because a lot of my claims I can't prove. But like I know what we can prove. Like water seeks its level. We can see too far.
Well, everybody needs to know the difference between a scientific demonstration and a logical inference. Then they understand what kind of evidence, logical inference to why the evidences you use actually are evidences, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
It's a lot, right? So that can be
You're roboting, Mike.
Considered evidence to logical inference based on known facts or Oh, sorry. I might have to enter and rejoin again.
Might be your hotspot.
Yeah. I don't know, they're lagging it right now for some reason. Being assholes, I've paid too much for that damn hotspot. What the fuck? I spent $150 a month on a hotspot, and it's only for 7. I normally don't use that in a month, so why pay for more than one?
At that rate, you might as well just have a T1 line put in.
My sister's husband plays video games on a hotspot.
I actually want to say fucking get 1 gig. Get a gig of data. Just get a gig line. Hard line of 1 gig. Just pay somebody.
It's amazing where I live. We have like crazy fast speeds.
Really?
You also live in the city too, don't you?
No, I live in a rural farming area.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it like fiber optic?
Me too.
Yeah, it's fiber optic. It's coming through the cable line.
That's what I want to do.
They don't offer that shit out here. It pisses me off that I'm in a little rural ass area.
Listen,
that's because
it's reservation.
What's his name? What the hell is his name?
Just because I live on a reservation.
Deucefo was Deucefo. He was telling me about fiber optic, and he was saying, "Is it ran out to your house?" And I said, "I don't know." And he said, "Well, maybe you can pay to have it ran to your house, and you get 1 gig of fiber optic, and then you got badass internet." Well, they just then you can a month ago we had to sign stuff to allot them, give them a allotted path. What the hell is it? Easeway. We gave them easeway because out here where I live, we own all the way to the road. Well, they wanted to put fiber optics down the side of the road to bring fiber optic internet to our area, and so we had to sign easeway allotments for them to put it right out front, right at the edge.
I know what those are.
Road, because
here they call it easement.
Yeah, so my it's easement. That's what it is. It's an easeway allotment. So you just shortened it. Easement means allotment.
Okay.
Easeway allotment just gets shortened to easement. The mint part of the easement is allotment. I allotted you that much easeway. But it's the same thing. It's easement. You sign the easement paperwork, and that easement paperwork also says that you're no longer going to dig in that portion of your property. It's still your property.
We own our driveway. Right? But our neighbor that lives next to us uses the same driveway to get into his driveway. But it's our property. But his property title has the easement on it, to where it says that he can use the driveway to get to his property. Well, the
person that first owned your property, they probably bought a big chunk of property, and then they built houses on it, and then they dictated the easements, and then they sold it. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
A lot.
It used to be a trailer park. That's how there used to be a trailer park. They tore all the trailers down and built houses. But
you got prefab houses out there?
No.
The trailer park, suburban hellhole.
The area I live in is
I know a lot of.
I live in the upper
I know a
class.
lot of. Yeah, listen.
Do you have
I was going to say that.
Your housing area?
Listen, I know in Detroit there's real expensive places to live outside of Detroit that started as trailer parks because licensed legal contractors bought it, and they built their rural area, that's going to end up being a upper class fucking area, but they started
they tore all the trailers down, and then
they start them with trailer parks just so they can collect rent for so many years, and they put that rent in the bank, and then they use that rent to get a loan to build a big area of houses.
There was 40 trailers. There was 40 trailers out in this area, and now there's 10 houses. So
what is that called now? The name of those things? A suburban area,
yeah. So it's not suburbs though, because it's such a small town.
No,
but suburbs usually means a housing area adjacent to a city that's affordable.
Yeah,
it's not inner city; it's outskirts.
But
there's a housing development, it's like baby boomer housing.
Yeah, housing development. Yeah, housing development. That's what I'm trying to reference. So listen, a housing development can just be where we buy a bunch of property, we build a road straight down the middle of it, put a cul-de-sac at the end of it, and we build houses all around the road, and then we allot, easement to everybody. And then you have 1 square of property. It's all owned. You own the entire 1 square of property. It's all deeded as 1 square, but it's allotted in different manners.
Hey, Mike, I thought all roads led to Rome, so why is a cul-de-sac French?
Hey, cul-de-sac turns around, and then you have to go back.
Yeah, but
so maybe
it's a French thing.
Listen. So in Rome, they use foreign languages to keep the Roman in circles and driving down the same path. There you go, brother.
Yeah, it's just something like I've always wondered. I was like, what the fuck? That's like a coup d'etat. It's like, what the fuck? How many syllables is in this thing?
Yeah, so listen, the Kovacic means we're fucking you in a circle, and they didn't want Romans to know they're fucking them in a circle, because then that's an unregistered orgy. Because in Rome, you got to register your orgies. People got to know they're going to get fucked when they go in there. But in the Kovacic, they didn't agree to a fucking. So they used a foreign language. So they didn't know they were getting fucked. That way they didn't have to pay for the fuck permit. It's Rome, brother. Save every dollar you can, you know? I mean, I got all kinds of money, but I use legal cheats. Like, when I established custody of my daughter when my wife was doing all this dumb shit. This is how I established custody. To file a custody suit cost $350, and that's where I'm going to court to steal custody from my daughter. But instead of doing that, I had physical custody of my daughter, because my daughter, her mom was in jail for possession of illegal, for meth. Okay,
meth.
Anyway, but
for illegal meth.
Yeah,
meth without a prescription.
I recommend just getting a prescription if you like to do that stuff, man.
So what I did, so Josh, what I did was I filed a $30 motion for child support, but because legal custody wasn't established yet, the friend of the court or the family court that I applied for child support to, they had to establish custody for free. Otherwise, they couldn't issue a support order. So I screwed them. And the judge let me know that he was kind of mad about getting screwed out of that $350. And I said, I don't care. It's your responsibility. You have to establish custody now so you can say whether or not I get child support. And I paid my $30. So do I get child support? And he said, well, of course you do. You got physical custody. I said, and that establishes legal physical custody on a joint custody case. We have joint shared custody, and I have legal physical custody. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
But I got that without filing a motion for custody, because the motion for custody is fucking expensive. But the motion for child support isn't that expensive. And they can't give you child support until they establish custody. So
hey,
they literally spent a couple $1,000s in court proceedings to give me a $30 motion.
I'm in this type of situation, so I have a question. So hypothetically,
okay, go ahead.
Hypothetically, because I don't want to say that this is what I want to do, but like, so hypothetically, this guy has 50-50 custody, but there's no court-ordered agreement. It's a verbal agreement between the two parties, right? So
and now you want to establish, right? But now you want to invite the government into it and establish a court.
I want to make it. I'm gonna make it. Yeah. I want, but I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose.
Here's the question. Here's the question: Does the hypothetical guy already physically have custody of said child?
Every other week.
Every other week. So you want to change the visitation agreement to every week?
I want to know.
Wait.
No.
What it is
I want to make it. Listen, I want to make it on paper so that she can't ever.
So listen. So what you guys do is share custody. You share physical custody.
Yep.
That's a difficult one because the friend of the court or family court won't divide physical custody. You can have joint legal custody, but somebody's going to actually have physical custody because the kid has to have one established residence. So
Well,
you'd have to actually.
technically his mom has physical custody because the father.
That's court ordered.
Well, no, it's not. But the father isn't living at the address.
The kid has the address at mom's house, so legally mom has physical custody.
Yep.
But what you want to establish is the agreement that you had, which is I get her for a week and you get her for a week. Now hold on.
So child support came after me, right? Because there's no agreement, right? So they came after me and they said I owed back child support and blah blah blah. She didn't do it. They came
she
at
gets
me.
welfare or something.
Nope. He was on state health insurance, but he was supposed to be on my policy.
That's what it is.
It was a mistake. It was a mistake. It was a mistake though. So
if
he's taken off.
He's on state health insurance and his mom put him on that.
The thing is though,
they don't just give you state. Listen, they don't.
But I know. I understand that.
You have to apply for it.
But the thing is though, the
He's part of mom's.
No, listen.
He's part. I already know everything you got to deal with, dude. You got a DHS case with your child's name on it. So they want their money. You got to pay them, not her.
That's what I'm saying though. But like they just automatically assumed. You gotta listen. Let me
get a portion. I know. No, I know what they do, dude. Listen.
No, you gotta. But listen to this though. Listen. So because since that happened, because there's no agreement or anything, they're saying he's been living with her his whole life, right?
Yeah.
So
my brother. I know.
Automatically put the general child support on there too.
Did you live with the kid for a portion of his life?
Yeah, we were together for like over the first year of his life.
So, and you can prove this with residential.
Oh yeah.
You guys shared the same address.
Oh yeah, that's still on my ID. My ID still has that address on it.
Oh, really? Then you can say you still live with him. You're still a resident there, guy. You don't owe any child support. His mom just didn't put you on the. I'm serious. You're a legal resident at her address. If that's your fucking address and she ain't never changed it, you never left the residence. You've been with your child since they were born.
I've changed my address on other jobs, like jobs I've been at. So like
it doesn't matter. Your ID establishes your legal residence because you can't get an ID without a legal residence, and the address you use on your ID is your state legal residence. This is legal premise. If
all right,
you go
so
to
I can go to the child or the human services office and get all my money back that they've taken from me.
Well, you should just tell them I still live at the same residence, but then your girl is going to get a welfare fraud because she didn't put you on the case. So she'll probably fight that and say, well, you never changed your address, but you moved. Generally, you prove that they moved with a change of address application. That's proof of no longer of non-residency at a place anymore. That's generally
I went and got a new driver's license, and she didn't even have him fill out a new form. She's just like, none of this has changed, and I was like, nope, and I didn't even think about it because it had my same address, and so she just put the same exact information on my new driver's license.
I'm going to tell you the truth. So legally, they can't argue that you're a resident there. That's the address on your fucking your ID, and then your girl would have to go back and prove when you moved, and then you would get charged from the minute you moved to the current time. So, but DHS, there's no evidence available to them other than her statement of when you moved, because the legal way to prove where you're a resident of is your ID, your state ID. So, but they're gonna say she committed welfare fraud because she filed and got insurance, and I don't know if she got.
Well,
Listen,
I just want to make
me,
it so that she can't
listen, because
come
I
at me
know
for
this
child
to be
support.
the truth.
Like since she has physical
Listen to
custody
me.
of him, I want to make sure that she can't just keep him from me and then put me on child support and then just make it super hard. I want to make it so that they have an agreement
Well,
that we have him share.
listen. The only thing you can do is go to the friend of court and file a motion regarding visitation. And then once you do that, then you have to establish, uh, because it's going to be called visitation no matter what. She has physical custody because the child has that address as her residence. Did he just leave?
No, I'm in here. I'm right here.
Okay.
No.
So
Light fine.
because that child has that residence, it's going to be considered visitation. It's not going to be considered shared custody. But still, if you're getting 1 week visitation, 1 week 1 week visitation, then you got her 2 weeks of the month, and that's 2 weeks of the month you don't have to pay child support for because you're supporting your child. But it's going to cause you a bunch of problems because
Yeah, I'll probably just keep it.
first
I'll probably just keep it between us and.
Because first off, listen. Because first off, your address is her address. So where are you going to put that she's going to be visiting you at? Are you going to give them your new address and then change your address? Then when you do, you don't share a residence with her at all. But right now, I mean, you can argue that we share a residence all month. I take care of her 2 weeks in a month. She takes care of her 2 weeks in a month per our verbal agreement. And she'd actually have to prove that you don't have that agreement. But you can establish that where the kid lives with you for 2 months and with me for 2 months, because I actually right now, my ex, we've been divorced for 2 years, and she's taken drug tests for 3 years and proved that she's been, since she got in trouble, clean. Or at least every time she takes her drug test, she's clean. You know what I mean? Which is once a week. So if she's doing meth, it's only 3 days a week. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I've actually started letting her have our daughter for a week, and then I take her for a week, and she has her for a week. But I don't charge my daughter child support, and I paid for lawyers to. I don't charge my ex-wife child support, and she doesn't have a DHS case. Now, another
There's
thing
no
I know
point. She actually signed a paper. His mom, my son's mom, signed a paper saying she doesn't want child support.
Oh, I know, but here's the thing. For DHS to go after child support, she has to be getting food stamps from them or a bridge card or something. And they're feeding the kids, so they want the support money because they're legally supporting your child.
Yeah,
They
it was medical. It was medical assistance.
They listen. Well, I don't know about in your state. What's your state? I know in Michigan, they can't charge you child support just for medical, just for insurance, because you could have your kid and not get insurance where you work, and you could apply for DHS insurance for your kid. You know what I mean? So insurance isn't a good enough reason for DHS to ask for child support. In my state, they actually had to be getting food stamps before DHS can file for child support. But listen, here's another thing. DHS can't file for child support. Only your ex can. So they forced her to go to friend of court and make this happen. They didn't do it. They can't file anything in your name at FOC. You want to know why? Because FOC isn't affiliated with DHS and they don't owe them any allegiance. They don't. DHS can't file a motion in your name.
I think what happened was the beginning of the year, they had to renew the health insurance, so they had to go and have a meeting, and then she had probably explained that I don't live there anymore and that we're not together, and then that's when that happened.
And that's when they say, well, then you got to go.
They weren't supposed to take general child support, though. Like, she did not want it.
General, I know that.
She told them
what they told her is they're not going to give her insurance unless she files for child support. She's the one that has to file for it. They can't do it for her. It's not legally.
But she went right away. She gave me the check, the money they took, and then she went.
Listen, I went through this with my old lady. You know, when we first broke up, she had physical custody, so she couldn't pay for insurance. Even though I paid for insurance on my kid, she still got DHS insurance and welfare. And I don't even, because when we first broke up, she worked for me. Her job was for me. She was a secretary for my company forever, and I fired her ass. Since then, I fired her back, gave her a job back. She don't need all that shit, but what we broke it down to, even though first we broke it down to $8 a month, because that's all you got to pay for insurance. To have insurance through DHS in Michigan is $8 a month in child support, but you got to actually tell the magistrate that's what you want. She's got to tell the magistrate that, and then the magistrate will just charge you the lowest amount, which is like $8 to $12 a month. And if she didn't tell the magistrate that, and now you're getting charged $50 a week, then all you got to do is file at the friend of the court a motion for a child support reduction, and then get her to actually say it when you and two go in on a Zoom meeting. Because you'll go to court on a Zoom meeting, and then because of COVID now, and then you'll just get her to say in open court that she only wants you to pay the lowest amount. And then you put you down to, I think, in some states it's $24 for insurance. Just $24 a month. How much are you paying a month?
Me? For insurance?
Yeah, how much for child support for your kid?
Well, I shouldn't be paying any more, but I gotta go down there because they keep taking like $12 out every check for the insurance, but I have them on my insurance, so there's no reason for that.
Yeah, I hear you. But that sounds right. That's the $12. $12 a paycheck for insurance. It ends up to be $42 a month. Yeah.
But he's on my insurance.
You know what's crazy?
That's bogus.
Yeah. It is bogus. If he's on your insurance, they can
might as
cancel
well just take him off if they're going to have him insured under the state. That shit's way better anyway. And my insurance for him is like $50 a check, so I'm getting 50 plus 14 or something.
Actually, yeah. Then if you and your ex get along and she's allowing you to have him for a week at a time, then I'd save the $38 a week and just pay the $12 a week child support. It's less stress.
Yeah, and on top of that too, I just I just gave her $500. I don't just give her money ever, but we had a car.
I do.
We had a car we bought together, and I was making all the payments, but I sold it.
She
made a couple payments on it, so I sent her money. But she actually let me claim him on my taxes too last year, so I ended up getting a crazy return back. I had to give her $2,700 out of it, but that was only a third of it. I got crazy return.
Yeah, well that's worth it, dude. As a single man, you're going to pay 75% more on taxes without a child to claim, and you gave her 25% of 75%. Shit. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta figure that out too. With her, because I'm pretty sure I get more back every year, no matter what, if I claim him way more than she gets.
Oh, you do. You get a child credit. I don't get that child credit because I'm self-employed. I don't get a return. I get taxed at a rate of 35%, and I pay every year. I don't get a return. But I'm a business owner also.
You probably make decent money then. Or no?
Generally 7 figures. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Right on.
So yeah.
I pay. Are you in like sales or?
No,
in a way.
Oh. Well, yeah, in a way, I sell asphalt services and asphalt parking lots and asphalt highways, and I run it. Well,
you sell your ass, Conrad.
My family owns an asphalt company, a multi-million-dollar asphalt company, but it's owned by the entire family, and I get maybe 6 figures a year from that as my profit sharing. But then I get a paycheck for running the company, and then I also own 2 of my own companies, which is a seal coat business and a fleet truck and heavy repair equipment. So
okay, so you're an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's what I work for myself.
On top of bovine juice bottling.
Well, entrepreneur is just a person who works for themselves, who seeks their own service to sell their own service. So no, I don't mind that. It's a fair statement.
You also have a parlor too, don't you?
A parlor?
Yeah, for bovine juice.
No. What's bovine juice?
Milk.
Oh! God.
That's the second time I got you on some shit like that, huh?
It is. well, yeah. I make a. Man, I don't make that.
You must be tired.
I only make like $22,000 a year on dairy, dude. We make more on the beef we sell from retired dairy cows, but you know.
Well, it's not about making money, it's about eating good and having fresh cream.
Yeah, it's about maintaining the lifestyle that I grew up with for me. So it ends up to be
farm. I want to be a farmer.
I make about 52,000 a year off the, depending on how many cows we end up selling, you know.
Man, I want to be a farmer so bad.
And a lot of people would say, yeah, that's a lot of money, but that barely pays the taxes on the farm. But then I also accept money payments from my state to not grow corn, and that pays by the acre, and it's actually more than enough to pay my taxes every year. So I don't really even pay taxes on my own property because the state pays me not to grow corn for sale. Damn. And that's just a certain type of corn that's used for cereal and flours and grains. Now I can grow feed corn. No, it's a flour or grain corn. I can't sell grain corn. I can't flood the market with corn they can buy and make cereal out of or taco shells. Yeah, debt corn. It's debt corn.
Weird.
But I can sell feed corn. I can sell seed corn for seed. I can sell corn for feed.
Sweet corn?
I can sell edible ears of corn, yes.
Yeah, nice.
I can't sell...
you could possibly even squeeze them corns.
Yeah, there's a huge market for sweet corn here because there's so much field corn growing for feed corn.
Yeah, the only corn I sell is feed corn and sweet corn. out of the cider mill. We got a cider mill and a apple. No, I don't kick it with cornholio. I don't corn the hole, yo. Unless it's a vaginal orifice.
You threatening me? I need TP for my bunghole, man.
Well, I don't know. Do you have a vaginal orifice? If not, you don't have to worry about me penetrating
You don't have to worry
your orifice. I am not threatening your bunghole. I am threatening your vaginal orifice hole. If you do not have a pussy,
I need TP.
listen. It is not a choice, sir. I was born this way. I do not badge the cornhole. I corn the badge hole. It has. If it don't have a B in front of the ag, I don't fucks it. But if it's got that B, bro.
This morning, guys.
If it's got a V in front of the ag, bro, I'll take a Viagra and fuck that shit for 2 days. There's a bunch of guys in here right now. I can get away with saying that. Yeah. I'll snort a Viagra and put 2 days in on it. What do you think about... Oh, wait. Damn it. Truth is in here. Damn it. Sorry, Truth.
It's nothing you haven't said before. When did you start?
Unless you like it.
When did you start worrying about that?
Well, I don't want nobody to call me a perv unless they like the perv, you know? And then I'm okay with it. But so I tried to look and see who's in the damn voice chat, but I didn't have it scrolled up, so I wasn't seeing all the way down to the T's.
I don't pay no attention to it. Why would this is what I don't get? Why would it offend me if you're not talking to me or about me?
I don't know, because you're a woman and you're supposed to like that kind of stuff anyway.
Represent all women.
Unless you're a woman that was born liking women, so then you'd have the same affliction in me. You were born loving pussy. It wasn't a choice.
I mean, there goes the monetization.
Yeah, oh man!
I didn't know you were still streaming. Are you still streaming?
Are you monetized?
Yes, I'm still streaming, and yes, I'm still monetized, but not on this one.
Oh damn it! Why they'll strike the video?
I just woke up a little bit.
Yeah, they'll deem it not suitable for all ages.
Listen for a few minutes, but it went off. It switched to autoplay. It's like court hearing, so I thought you'd quit streaming.
But I don't have it set for that's because I had to change the stream over. It was going on past 8 hours.
What? You were watching it, you had it on autoplay, and then all of a sudden it was playing crazy events that happened in court?
It was a Johnny Depp defamation.
Ha! That's funny. Your autoplay took you straight to look at this crazy crap that happened in court.
Look at this crazy bitch fucking look at this crazy Aquawoman bitch. And then look how crazy Johnny Depp is. Yeah, I think living with both of them would be living hell.
That's what I said. I said, well, Big Brother must want
Amber Heard.
Big Brother
it's weird
for some reason.
I feel like it's weird everybody's taking Johnny Depp's side, and it doesn't make, like they're looking for every excuse to support
we all know how crazy women are.
That is so funny, Chris, because I got that picture with the racing stripe on it right in my last DM with her. Shout out to Karen B. Shout out to Karen B. That white hair got you looking sexy as hell, girl.
Yeah, if it's natural, man, I don't know, but it's definitely making her look different.
Homie. That's my homie. I like Karen. Karen's my homie, and I like Ted too. Ted's her old man, so hopefully Ted knows I'm just joking with my homie. I'm not trying to hit on his woman.
I made a couple weeks ago. I made a comment on one of her videos about her gray hair. I said, I don't know what I forgot what I said though.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Eggs. DHS has no standing because it's on the man and the woman to establish there's to be given authority over the upkeep on their property, and their property is the child. So when you actually go into front of the court, you're telling the friend of the court they have the authority to rule over the upkeep of your property, which is your child. You don't have to accept the friend of the court. You can both throw the friend of the court right out of your business. But because DHS doesn't have authority, they force the person who wants the stuff from DHS to do it themselves so that they can benefit from it. Because that money that they get, when you pay child support, DHS puts a lien on the money and they take what they want, what they say they're owed before she gets any. That's why me and my old lady, we just threw them right out of it. I just paid the lawyers to just throw them right out of it because I pay her. It's not alimony. It can't be considered alimony because I won because I proved her infidelity. So I won, but it was an offered settlement. It was an agreement. So I give her an allotment. I pay her bills every month. She lives on a second generation farm. Her parents left her a farm. My parents left me a farm that was my grandfather's. I live on a third generation farm. So I just pay for the upkeep of the farm, the upkeep of her vehicles, her insurances. She's got insurance through my company because she works for my company. So I pay for her medical insurance. I pay for her auto insurance, and I give her an allotment of money after I pay her consumers and all her other bills. Which there's not much other bills because we both have a boiler system, a wood burning boiler system. We don't pay for hot water. We pump water out of the ground, so we don't pay for water. We just pay for electric and internet. That's it, pretty much. She likes cable. She likes cable and phone. I just have cell phones. I don't have a house phone. We all got cell phones. Me, my son, and my daughter. People call us. They call our person. They don't call the house. I just don't need a house phone. But I don't owe her that money. If I didn't give her that money and I didn't pay her bills, no court system could come after me because it's not a court-ordered agreement. It's a verbal agreement between the two of us.
Peace. Y'all have a good night.
All right, Chris. I'm sorry, I didn't know that, Josh. Me and Truth won't pervert molest your stream next time. Now,
Me and Truth. Okay.
Yeah, that's a dual purpose statement there. Truth prevails, and just truth. Truth is pervert stuff's okay if you're a perv and you like it, but it's not if you don't and you're young.
I said that. Okay.
No, I said that. That's
Okay.
I asserted that.
What's DHS got to do with child support? I thought that was a Department of Homeland Security. What are they?
Yeah,
No,
DHS
is Department of Human Resources.
I guess that's state level, federal level. It's Homeland Security.
Yeah, DHS is welfare, but they are part of that.
Well, in Arizona, it's DPS, Department of Public Safety.
So, in DHS is Department of Human Services. the well, here in Michigan is Human Services, Department of Human Services. And they say that, listen, there's a little conspiracy behind this Department of Human Services. There used to be they didn't give people welfare. They didn't do humane. They didn't do humane. That's Child Protective Services. Yeah, there's a conspiracy between we all know about the radio show, right? When they say that the aliens landed. Well, you seen the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Yeah.
Well, after that movie, The Day the Earth Stood Still came out, right about that time is when they formed this panel called Humane Services and CPS and services that protect battered women and systems that give
I think here they
welfare
call it
and insurance.
Department for Community-Based Services, which is way different. It's like
they call it the Education Department here.
Yeah. So, well, the thing is, I only pay for electricity. Yeah, electricity and internet. Those are my only two bills on my farm. Sean, we pump well water. We burn wood for heat, and we burn wood for hot water. We have a boiler system. It's called a radiant heat system. So what else is there to pay for? You pay for gas for heat in the city. You pay for gas for hot water in the city. So you got a water bill in the city. I don't have a water bill. I don't have a heat bill. My heat's free. I just chop wood. My boiler system heats the house. My boiler system heats the water. My stove is ran off propane. Wait, so okay, yeah, I pay for propane, internet, and electricity. Those are my annual bills. And propane's not a monthly bill. What I mean is she only gets a bill for electricity and propane every month. I do have a tractor or two, but you don't have to insure tractors. That's not a house bill. I was talking about my ex-wife's bills for her house. She doesn't farm her land, so I don't have to pay for gas for tractors. It's an agreement. I'm telling you what I pay for in the agreement. It doesn't matter what all of her bills are. I don't pay all her damn bills. She's got a job. She makes $35 an hour being a secretary for my company. Why the hell would I pay all her damn bills? The point is, I try to keep her in the lifestyle that she had. The lifestyle that's when she has money, when she needs money, she has it. So I just pay for the maintenance of the house. And that's basically so that my child's other parent has a place for her to go that's equal to my place, where her mom says, well, this was your grandma's place on my side. It just keeps my child in the lifestyle that they're used to. My children feel more blessed because now we used to just rent that house out when she lived with me, and now my children actually get to go live over there and hear stories about it. They don't live there, but they go visit. While they're there, Mom gives them stories about how her dad used to do this on this farm and how her mom used to do this on her farm and how her mom and her dad were friends with my mom and my dad. And her mom used to make all these homemade pot pies and sell them at our cider mill, because our cider mill is basically like a general store. During the summer, we sell soda pops and homemade apple pies, rhubarb, strawberry pies. We sell sweet corn, potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots. We sell all kinds of stuff. My sisters make glumpkies, goulash, lasagna. They sell those by the pound. You can buy a 10-pound serving of it, which comes in a big freezer tin. Most people that buy it, they cut it up and into sections so it's a meal's worth. There's people around our area that buy a lot of their meals from us, like lasagna, chili, tuna noodle casserole. We sell a lot of stuff. Apple crisp. I sell a few thousand pounds of apple crisp every summer, but I grow a lot of apples. I sell apples, Red Delicious, Grannies, Jonathan's. I sell apples for bacon. I sell apples for eating. I sell apples for apple pies. The apples you put in an apple pie, most people wouldn't eat like a normal apple. You're not just going to cut a Jonathan up and eat them because they're kind of tart. The Jonathans are big, but they're tart. They're sour. Where, a Granny Smith is sweet. A Red Delicious is sweet.
We call them cooking apples over here. The ones for tarts and pies.
Bakers.
Yeah, there's like 8 different kinds that you bake with. Yeah,
it's usually the ones that are soft and have already fallen off the tree that are the bakers.
Yeah, I don't sell apples that fell off the tree unless they're designated ground apples. You pick them.
Oh no, that's the beautiful thing with those ground apples, Mike, is you let that start to kick on its own, and then after you have it kicking for about 2 weeks, you wash it with just like tap water and get rid of the bad ones, and then you go ahead and you make cider out of those ones and let it go to wild Applejack within like 24 hours. It'll be done.
Usually
getting his tree then.
Yeah, usually the ground fall ones go to apple cider.
Yeah,
or bruised. If they're bruised, they become cider.
Or what about applesauce?
Or we make some applesauce.
Don't you just leave them laying on the ground so that the bugs eat the apples?
Some I do. If it's a one that fell because a lot of your early falls fall because of bug infestation. So you had a bug or a worm or something in the apple, so the apple, it didn't mature and fall. It started to die and it fell. So when them hit the ground, I just leave those to the bugs. I'm not the guy. Some farmers will actually cut the worm out of the apple and then use what's left of that apple for his apple pie and his cider mill that he's selling, or his cider. I won't use them. I don't use them. If a worm's in the apple or bugs, or man, you can even have hornets dig up in the apple and create a nest in it. You know that big ass apple. Sometimes they like to do that. The mud daubers. I don't know why, but sometimes you can get mud daubers that create nests in them. I don't want to put an apple in the cider mill that's got fucking 1,000 wasps in it, or wasp larvae. Although I am the guy that'll eat a piece of honeycomb while it's full of bee larvae. That's good shit.
What about taking some apples and putting it underneath like a plum tree to help them get soft? Like apples that are on the ground, you just pick them up in a bucket and put them underneath your plum tree.
How would the plums get soft?
Because the gas that the apples give off when they decompose.
Yeah. Decomposition.
They actually use that gas to ripen them up in storage before they sell them, because the apples you get in the store are usually about 2 years old, sitting in storage, in cold storage, climate controlled, gas controlled. Then they give it the right amount of gas, usually from apples, and it'll get going. Bananas will give off the same as ethylene glycol.
That's why people in Michigan like to go get their apples from a cider mill, because they know that they're from that year. People outside of my state, they have to worry about what you're talking about.
Apples are tasteless and just dry.
I don't have to worry about that because mine are all sold by the end of the season, and I only know about it for what I'm housing over the winter because I like to eat apples. Plus, I keep feed apples. I let my
Like
horses have a cup.
if your area has a farmer's market, that's the best place to go to get fruits and vegetables if you
It
have
is
an
because
area for it.
yeah, it is because they're seasonal, and we do. It's cool Kuhl apostrophe S. The Cool is the last name. David Cool runs our farm market, so he's the guy that gets paid when you rent a space to sell at the farm market. But yeah, we go down. We go to the farm market is for people. You got people who raise horses and livestock that don't have farms or don't. They just have enough area for their livestock, so they can't grow.
Go down
They
there with
can't.
about good $800. Fuck around, go home with a baby goat.
Yeah, dude. Sometimes I take the money from well, I don't grow hay to sell, but if I grow, I know I got barns and stalls, and once everything is full, that where I stock hay, then I know how I got enough hay till the next season, so I can sell extra hay. Well, yeah, sometimes we just turn that into livestock. We'll get goat, a hog, or pig, whatever. Sometimes we do that, like we grow extra alfalfa. I mean, all your crops depend on at the end of harvest how much good did you actually get. So, and you grow enough to where even in a bad year you still get the amount you need, but on good years you're getting extra stuff that you don't need, and you sell that stuff at the farmer market. It's just extra money. You can get more livestock. Fuck, I've made enough on a good year out of extra shit where I just said fuck it and bought a horse. Because my daughter said, I really want that pony, Dad. That's how I got an Arabian. But
You ever thought about taking some alfalfa and tilling it into the garden?
Yeah.
Save on the nitrogen for a season?
Oh, no. Because I create my own compost, it's full of nitrogen. There's too many eggshells, and we got our own eggs. Eggshells and other stuff. If you put your coffee grounds in your compost, man, you're never worried about nitrogen. Coffee grounds are the best supply of nitrogen you can get because it's natural. It's coffee beans,
and it's halfway charred. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That shit it's powerful nitrogen. Eggshells got a lot of stuff in them too, but because we do our own
A little
compost,
potassium, a lot of calcium.
Yeah, and I make my compost so good that I don't need anhydrous no more. I don't put nitrogen back in by spraying anhydrous on the fields. I mix the compost properly. Then I don't need those chemicals, them harsh chemicals that corrupt your soil. You know what that shit does to your soil when it freezes your soil? That's why you end up having to move your fields because if you use anhydrous, you're freezing. You're actually degenerating. You're removing certain amount of topsoil every time you spray that shit. It crystallizes and compresses, and the topsoil itself dies. And it goes through the same processes as a rotten body. How'd I get this lighter? I think I stole my son's lighter. He's gonna be mad. I'm gonna have to give it back tomorrow. It's black. Fuck, I don't see my black lighter, so I guess he's got mine and I got his.
Or maybe you found yours.
No, his is black with writing on it, and mine's black with no writing on it. I don't get that writing shit. I don't need all the my lighter doesn't have to tell people who I am. I'll kick their ass. I'm cool with telling a motherfucker with my mouth. You know, he gets some lighters that says something about who he is. So I know his lighter from mine because his said Jack Daniels on it. And Redemption. I guess, yeah, that's the kind of papers he uses. Redemption papers. Rolling papers. So he bought this lighter from the head shop. The other one I got of his is black too. I actually got, I just realized I got, now that I notice that, I got 3 fucking lighters. I got his Jack Daniels lighter and his Redemption lighter. And my just plain old black dick. I just buy plain old lighters. I just need a flame. I don't need a
fucking lighter klepto.
Yeah, I don't buy them
lighter klepto. It's automatic, huh?
Well, yeah, you just put it in your pocket after you light the hooter, man. It's you do it without thinking. But I don't need those lighters that say Detroit Line Jack Daniels on them. Shit, I don't drink Jack Daniels. I never drank that shit. That shit's rock gut.
And Detroit Lions cheerleaders are nasty. No, never mind.
Yeah, you're right. No, don't say no. Yeah, them hoes, they nasty. Shoot, they sure the hell ain't them Texas and Dallas cheerleaders. Shit,
they about as fine as some sections of the city. The other sections ain't as well.
Well, I wasn't gonna say that because I gotta live here. But hey,
well,
you can
some
say
parts
it
of the city are nice. Other parts aren't so nice.
Well, not the part them hookers came from. The ones they got this year look all messed up, dude. The last 3 years we had some ugly cheerleaders. I thought, what the hell, man? We got better looking than that in Detroit. What the fuck are they doing? U of M, shit. U of M got some hot cheerleaders, and that's just a hick town in Albion and Adrian. You know?
When somebody gets drafted for the Lions, they're like, shit. So you're saying the Browns ain't looking for someone?
You got it right. You got to make them put 10 pounds on to go from U of M to the Lions. Oh, bitch, you're going to have to gain some weight. You too pretty for this team.
Mm-hmm.
Here's apple pie and 10 pounds of apple crisp. Don't come back for a week. We don't want you doing no exercise. I don't, man. I wondered, like, what are we only got poor looking woman money for Detroit. I mean, what the hell is he's trying to save money on the damn cheerleaders? What the cheap bastard. He should spend it on trainers so we can actually win. But I guess we're winning more than we were last year, so I shouldn't bitch, huh?
Well, with the cost of living come up, and with all this other bullshit overhead things, and the fact that these football fucking athletes that come out of high school, come out of college, and all that shit, and get drafted, they're usually never really put to the test until later on, and then you'll get one out of a decade that's like a does something phenomenal, right? And it's not just with football; it's with all sports. All collegiate sports are like this: football, basketball, hockey, fucking Whatever you name it, baseball, fucking, they all have like every 10 years there's somebody great that comes out and they're in tries to smash a record or something, right? But the thing is it's gotten too much hype, right? And especially when
Holy shit! Listen to this.
sports arenas start going with like.
I just googled this, man. A fucking Detroit Lion cheerleader makes $75,000 per year. Like, get the fuck out of here! We're paying $75,000 for them thick, ugly bitches. Are you kidding me? Really? I seen one today that had acne. I was wondering if she wasn't a transgender. Honestly, I think a few of our Detroit leaders or cheerleaders are transgenders, dude. My friend made me watch a ball game with him, and I said, "Hey, why'd they put tits on a dude and make him cheerlead for Detroit?" And he's like, "What?" I was look how wide them shoulders are, dude. Come on, look how big and long, how long the arms are and how big the hands are. That is not a woman. I mean, I could name her, but I don't want to put her on blast. But hey, you know who you are. You're a Detroit cheerleader for the Lions, and you ain't a girl. You're a dude, man. Damn eyes are too far apart to be a chick.
Hey, Trash, you have control over your mic now.
Oh, thank you.
So, what brings you to the stream? You got any questions?
I was just curious.
Oh, okay.
I have questions about flat Earth. I always have. I'm not decided yet, so I don't know it flat or globe. So
yeah, I see you have undecided.
yeah.
So, what were the questions you had?
I was always curious why up is up and down is down on a flat Earth.
Well, that's kind of interesting because sometimes.
Well, it's all based on north, south, east, and west.
And sometimes east is depicted as being
stem from north.
Up. Sometimes east is up. So, you know, that's just something you got to think of.
It's just a coordinates plane, that's it. Of the known directions you can travel on.
But the question I have is what is up on a three-dimensional space when you're talking about a globe? Theoretically, it's not up. There's only in and out.
No up is ever the same direction on a globe, yeah. You're pointing out away from the surface of a circle. Up on flat Earth never changes. It's always the direction opposite of ground.
Yes, but why?
Why? What do you mean why? Because of kinetic theory, gases can travel up. So why wouldn't you have a direction of up? What do you mean why up? It's because you can go in all the cardinal directions in a 360-degree circle, north, south, east, or west. And you can also travel in the same exponential direction, down or up. We can travel that. We fly up, birds fly up. Up is a way to point to the birds in the sky, the stars in the sky, the sun in the sky. Why wouldn't you need up? On Earth of any shape. Things are up there. We need to point to them, and we need to be able to communicate to other people what direction they're in. Well, that direction stems off north. You got north, south, east, and west, and then the line that goes right through the center of that X that's up and down.
I know how we
As far as
determine
what,
now.
but
Continue.
how do we determine up and down? I just told you it stems from north. It's determined by north. All cardinal directions, and up and down are cardinal directions, stem from north. First, you gotta have. If there was no north, we wouldn't have a reference frame of axes of travel. Period. Everything's in reference to its position from north.
Mm-hmm.
And because you can walk up a hill, there's another reason you need to have an up on any earth. It doesn't matter what shape is, because you can travel up off the surface of anything you're on. You need to have a up, or you can't communicate when you're going up. What would I say up? If it's not up, then it'd be float, and you'd still be pointing up, but up would now be float. Or we could name it dumb just so we could communicate the direction in which you're traveling. So I mean, if you can't understand that, it's just a reference to a direction of travel as it pertains relative to north. Because north is the only fixed direction, and it's fixed by magnetics. I mean, I don't get the why up. Well, what do you mean why? Up is a word we use to communicate. So we use that word to communicate what direction we travel in. That's why up, because it's a direction we can travel in. Same as down. Do you go down in the ocean? Do you go up a mountain? Do you travel north to get somewhere? Do you travel south to get somewhere? So there's your explanation for every word in the human construct of language that communicates to people something you're trying to relay, information. I was
it's not
walking in
specific.
this direction.
Not specific
Yeah,
enough, because it depends on what you're talking about. If you will say something specific, then you can look at what is moving it in whichever
yeah,
direction, whether it's static
yeah,
electricity or density, buoyancy,
yeah.
vibration.
Right. So
Yeah.
are you saying up is a preferred direction of travel for something, or are you just saying why do we have a direction up? That doesn't make sense. It's just so we can communicate what it means to look up. If we didn't have an up, how would I tell you to look up there at the birds? Then we wouldn't be able to communicate. Look up there and view something in the sky. Up is just a word. It's not a preferred direction of anything because Earth's a shape. It's just a way to describe things that are above you. You don't have to use or up. You can say above and still communicate the same information, right?
Mm-hmm.
So up is just a word. It's used to communicate a direction or a reference to where something is as it's relative to your position.
Isn't the question of why are they calling it a spherical Earth without any curvature bother you?
I know that. Yeah, I mean, we could ask the same question of why a sphere. We don't see no curve. Why sphere?
I mean, it's flat. It measures flat. It's practically used as flat. Of all the shapes they're going to say it is, why a sphere?
Right. Why round? We don't see round. We never experience round. You don't go outside of your door and see a round earth. You don't see the earth curve away from you. But yet you say that boats, when they go outside of the capability of our eyesight, they disappear over a curve, even though the weather can change how far we see. One day, in a mile, the boat went over the curve because it's foggy. We can only see for a mile. But the boat went over a curve in the mile. No, the next day, it's nice and clear and sunny and dry, and we can see for 5 miles. So the curve just got extended to 5 miles because that's how far we see, and the boat doesn't disappear for 5 miles. So obviously, after 5 miles, it goes over the curve today. But yesterday, it went over the curve in a mile. That doesn't make sense, does it?
I guess not.
So the horizon changes, but people tell us the horizon is a geometrical position based on the leading edge of the sphere, but the distance to the horizon changes hourly. And how far you can see, that changes hourly too. We have people that say if the earth is flat, why can't you see all the way to China? And that's the dumbest question I've ever
Oh
heard.
yeah, I know that's dumb.
And as far as
Because
I know, the
your eyes
horizon,
can't see things thousands of miles away. That's why.
the apparent horizon is a place that can never be attained or a place that can never be reached, like the end of a rainbow, because it's
Yeah.
an optical thing.
And like
Really
science tells us, we see in your model, we see when we look in the sky, we see things that are light years away, but we can't see light years. We see the light that's traveled over light years and made it to our eye.
They're claiming that it's geometric. They're claiming that is the leading edge of the sphere.
And if it's geometric, you can travel to that location, but that location never appears.
It changes.
Yeah, yeah. And what if
Even
you
if you
could
get
travel?
to Antarctica, that location continues.
Yeah, but if you could get to that position, you'd actually be looking at something you couldn't see before because you were on the other side of a globe, right?
And why do they have to be so deceptive about it? When they were trying to point out with the flag with the stripes on it, the horizon, it was clearly behind it, but yet they were trying to say because you couldn't see one of the stripes. So why are they being so deceptive about it? Because you know they know better.
Well, the question is Iggs, why is it that the moon in Australia is the same thing we see? It's just inverted a little bit, just askewed a little bit, as the same one that you see. From the same angle too. It's not like the angle changes from what you view it as. It's the same angle. It's just the picture's skewed a little bit.
Right. Well, the same question can be asked just in time zones in America. That when the moon I see in the north in Michigan is also the exact same moon that's being seen at the same time in Florida. But if I take a picture of it and a guy in Florida takes a picture of it, we're seeing the same face from the exact same angle.
And a guy in Argentina takes a picture of it, and it's the same fucking thing. Same angle. Exactly. It's just the picture is rotated a little bit. It's like, how?
Yeah, and that wouldn't
like a simple Photoshop where it's rotated.
Listen, but if there was curvature between Michigan and Florida, that wouldn't be possible because the people that were at the end of the other side of the curve would see it from a different angle than I see it. In Michigan, at the top, at the north being the top, south being the bottom, the guy at the bottom would be looking over a curve. Hell, He might see a quarter moon while I'm seeing a full moon. And if Earth was globe, every phase of the moon would exist every night for people as the moon came up over the geometric horizon. First it'd be a sliver, then it'd be a crescent moon, then it'd be a half moon, then it'd be a full moon. Are you with me? And this would happen every night. Every night that the moon rose. Why? Because it's being blocked by a sphere as it's rising.
How long have you been looking into this topic?
Me? I don't know, about 2 years. I've
You're
been
pretty
watching.
seasoned in it.
Yeah, I've been watching Dave Weiss interviews. I think they are interesting.
How about anything from Eddie Bravo? Granted, you search Eddie Bravo on the internet, you're not really going to find any of his flat Earth talks or anything like that. You're just going to discover like his MMA channel, right?
Oh. Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have to look for like tinfoil hat and stuff like that, which is samtripoli.com.
Can you give me a link?
Yeah, let me see if I can't find it.
Thank you.
I think there's another channel that put the last podcast that he did on it with David Weiss.
I'm not in the habit of welcoming trash to the server, but I guess I'll welcome you to the server tonight, trash.
Thank you. Yes. I've been watching Rob Skiba till he died. That was kind of sad. I like Rob Skiba. Robbie, I think it was his name, the one with
Celebrate Truth.
Yeah. First I heard about Flat Earth from I think probably Alexandra. That was a good channel. I enjoyed. Mm-hmm. I've been watching some stuff. I'm not that uneducated.
Well, you're in a room full of flat earthers, and
Mm-hmm.
I understand like the question, understand where it comes from. But what if I'm curious if you were in a room full of NASA employees, what would you have any questions for them? Like, why are you saying the Earth is a sphere when there is no measured curvature?
I don't think I'll have questions about Earth. I'll have questions about why they lie, because it's obvious they lie. And I want to understand the psychology behind lie. I mean, why you do that?
What are you aware of that they've lied about? Like which lies are? I know that they lie just about everything that comes out of their mouth. Which lies are you aware of?
The laws?
Lies.
Lies. I mean, they are when they are pretending to fly to, I don't know, to the zero G planes. I mean, it's obvious they are using zero G planes. A lot of Photoshop. They Photoshop all their pictures with the Earth. I can't seem to find the real pictures with Earth, so I want to ask them why. I don't believe in NASA because they are kind of a government thing, and I don't want to get my scientific facts from them. It's like getting scientific facts from, I don't know, media when they are talking about COVID or something. It's not a very reliable. It's not a very reliable source. So about science, I wouldn't ask anything.
Don't deny science.
No, I
Rise
don't deny
above it.
science. I
Figure
deny
out what
this.
science is, right? If you cannot replicate the experiment and come up with the same results, guess what? It ain't science, bud.
I don't
But there's
dislike
not
science.
even one when it comes to gravity. There's not even one to replicate.
Exactly. There's a whole thing on gravity that it's like Newton first worked on one concept of gravity before he worked on universal gravity, right? The
Mhm.
concept of gravity that he worked on had to do with a theory that Copernicus came up and he was a geocentrist, by the way, and that was specific gravity, and others before him helped pioneer it, and then Newton helped finalize it, and then some Arab guy with Moorish science guy finalized it. I can't remember the guy's name, but it's like Al Qaib or something like that, like Caleb, son is Caleb or something like that. But the thing is after that Newton then wrote a paper in 666 in the year 666. It's I-666. It's not an one.
Joke.
It's an I.
Hmm.
So that's a whole other story. Is the issues with the I dates instead of the one dates where it should be a one, instead it's an I. Even Roman numerology doesn't make sense because there would be no Arabic numerals. It would all be Roman numerals. So anyway, oh, where the hell was I?
Newton.
Oh yeah, Newton then came up with
66.
his idea of universal gravity, and it's a very esoteric way, right? His gravity thing was a way of like attracts like, which we don't see. We always see opposites attracting opposites. Opposites attract, like repels, right? Even with static forces. So, I mean, we can see, like with a Van de Graaff generator, you take a bunch of aluminum pie tins, stick them up on top of the Van de Graaff generator, and energize it, and you can see these pie tins start to fly off because they become positively charged as opposed to the ground, which is negatively charged, and they lift off. Crazy.
Have you ever find a good argument for the globe? Some good argument who makes you ask more questions. You'll be like, that's interesting. It's hard to explain or something like this. An argument for the globe.
Not really.
So
The only
everything they.
the only question I have about the
Mhm.
globe is why is it that only saltwater bodies have tides?
Mhm.
Freshwater bodies do not have tides.
Why do you guys think globe earthers want to protect their model so, I don't know, so aggressively? I don't know. They're kind of obsessed with flat Earth.
Because it's their God, they have faith in it, they believe in it, they've been raised to where everything they know is centered around it. I mean, even when you're learning about fucking chemistry, they want to result back to this Big Bang theory that was invented by some Catholic priest,
Oh yeah, I
There's
know
so many
that.
George
different angles
Limon.
to explain that, but it, I mean, I don't even. I want to explain all the different angles because if you leave them all out, but I really don't feel like going into all of them. There was something I was going to say, and now I can't remember what it was. Sorry, I just smoked a bowl. That's that's the only reason I even said anything. But it's part
I
of the.
did.
Oh yeah, now I remember. It was because I was wanting to touch on the indoctrination and the social engineering as to why they have the knee jerk reaction to defend it. Without going into like you know why they do the programming and why they do the brainwashing and why they want everyone to defend it. I can just stick with why everybody defends it because they've been programmed to. It's part of the indoctrination and the social engineering to follow the herd mentality and to seek social acceptance and accommodation.
Hmm.
You can't
You
do
know
that.
how
You go against the consensus.
like the light changes from summertime to wintertime?
Yep.
Okay. If it changes from summer to winter, how come it doesn't change like that when you're talking about August and fall, or spring and August, or spring and fall, right? Or autumn? Because by theory, the times should be inverted to where midnight becomes noon in the fall. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, because you're positioned on a different spot where, you're rotated at the same time frame, at the same spin, but that doesn't happen. So does that mean that something's going on with the rotation and the position to come up with the 24-hour day span? I don't understand it. Like, because if you look at how the ancients told time, it was with a sundial, right? And these sundials were always divided into 12 sections. So you always had 12 hours of daylight until they came up with these other units of measurement, like these hourglasses and these water timers, these water clocks, which were more accurate than the candles that they kept. They had
Okay.
these time candles that would burn to a certain time and then change color for a different time.
Oh, interesting.
Scroll down to
And
sometime.
then they had these balls that would move up and down. People correlated to Taria, but usually these balls would be all over like spires around a port, so a ship's captain could check his ship's chronometer with the local port to know exactly where he was and how much time it took to travel, so he knows if it was good weather or bad weather, or good travels or bad travels, and all that other stuff. That's where the tradition of the ball dropping on New Year's comes from, because it goes all the way up to the very end of the calendar and then drops down to start it again, to start the hour over.
Okay. Mm.
Kind of interesting when you look at it like that, but yeah, like, how is time quantified, right? We only know time by if the sun's up or down. Think about it. We know it's time to wake up when the sun comes up. We know it's time to go to bed when the sun goes down. What's to say that our time is not manipulated to represent something, because it is? It's not base 10, it's base 60. Sumerian stuff. One of the oldest number systems there is. And I think if you talk to Matthew Learns, he calls it base 12, but it's really base 60. It's the same thing, one and the same. It's the same increments, because you have 12 sections that's divided 60 perfectly, because there's 60 minutes in a 12-hour span, so to say. Or, yeah. 60 seconds in 1 minute, so to say, so it's divided base 60. So, like, it's all like an illusion, right?
Hmm.
So it's like, if time's a construct, what else is a construct, right? If time is an illusion, if time is something that man created to quantify the workday and how much time is left in a day to do a task, and there is no real relationship to time and reality, and time is something created, a construct, what other thing is a construct that is correlated with time? Einstein coined it in special relativity, the space-time continuum, or the fabric. They're both constructs. Even the space-time fabric is a construct. It's not an actual tangible thing. It's something invented to explain something that cannot be explained. Like special relativity. Right. Well, what is gravity? Oh, gravity is the warping of the space-time fabric. Huh?
How are they trying to prove black hole?
You cannot have a black hole in a Big Bang cosmology. They're competing cosmologies.
Well, they are saying it exists. I really have
Yeah, but they're
no
also
idea.
saying the Big Bang exists because they have evidence of it. So if they say they have evidence of a black hole and evidence of a Big Bang, somebody's lying.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
So, like, it's just one of these things. Then you have to think about it. Who did all the work on black holes?
Yeah, why they did all the work on black hole? Why they tried to prove it so hard?
But
I don't know
who
why.
was the one that did it? Frickin' Stephen Hawking, man. His contribution to science was black holes and cordon bleu plasma physics.
And how did he prove it?
He didn't prove it. He frickin' thought experimented with it. He was trapped inside of a wheelchair.
How he said he proved it.
And the thing is there's no real proof that he was actually causing those words to come out of the computer. There's always a technician with the keyboard behind him. Technological puppet. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they had him hooked up to that machine to keep him alive with that Lou Gehrig's thing. Or, whatever they call it. But, yeah, man.
I mean, even the idea of a black hole, it's kind of useless. So that's why I don't understand why they try to say it exists.
Well, even a black hole breaks Einstein's ideas, right? Because that means that there is no cosmological constant, that everything is in constant flux. If there's something consuming things. Now, they did do a study where they said they discovered the first ever white hole, which is the opposite of a black hole. And I was like, come on now, the guys, this is science fiction, at least 40 years old. So, and it didn't take long after Star Trek came up with the wormhole. It was like 20 years until they said that there really is wormholes. So I mean, it's just a big thing with, you gotta question everything. And if they say you have to trust this university and trust these field physicists and astrophysicists and all that because they know what they're doing, they're staring at a camera all day, right? And it's like, well, let me look at it and see what I could postulate out of it because we probably won't come up with the same hypothesis. So, I don't have access to it. Well, why not? Oh, I don't have the funding for it. Oh, so basically you're sitting there saying that this happened because of some hokey pokey magic bullshit happened over here. Yeah, I think I'll believe the Bible over that shit.
Do you think the Bible is the absolute truth?
Well, think about it. If they're sitting there saying that all this other shit with space and all that other fucking crap is true, I would rather believe the Bible because the Bible is more tangible, more realistic than what these things that they're telling us.
Do you think there are errors in Bible?
Well, that depends. Like, what do you mean by the Bible? Like, because I consider like all written scripture part of the Biblios.
Yeah, Enoch and and the rest of the.
Well, I'm not talking about all Abrahamic scriptures.
All Abrahamic scriptures are the Bible, basically.
Well, no, they're not all in the Bible. I mean, you have Quran, which is Abrahamic as well.
I mean, for your point of view, they are all Bible.
No, it's not really the Bible. It's the stories in the Bible, especially the Old Testament. It's all about alchemy, if you think about it. I mean, a lot of people want to sit there and think that it has something to do with religion, but the very idea of organized religion is profanity. It's something that is profane because it causes people to not think for themselves and to not search something out. They don't read the book. They just go to this thing and think that they're doing their part, doing the bare minimum, being lukewarm. And this is a problem with everything. Like if they were to actually read the book, most of what they're being taught in these places, they would be like, hold on, wait a minute, this ain't right. According to this is definitely not right. So, especially, don't have any idols or anything like that, carved images. And that's always bothered me. It's like, well, what's with the idol? What's with the cross? Oh, that's a symbol of this. It's an idol. But you want me to kneel before it? I refuse.
Yeah, it's kind of like Orthodox.
So it's not with
church.
the scripture itself, it's with organized religion. Organized religion is a weapon. See, there's 3 tiers to it. Governmental, judicial, and religious. Governmental, you can also say kingship, principality. There's 3 levels of control that they have us under. And it's since birth, and it's indoctrinated in with our parents, all the way back from the dawn of time. And it's not just with, religion, it's also with education, especially with Western education, because it's all occupational training. It's not actual enlightenment. It's not actual learning any natural sciences. You're just learning occupational things you need in occupations. And then college is specializing for that occupation. Right? They're training you in school. All school is for is to get you to be a worker so you can work for, 40 years of your life and retire at the end of it. While your health is completely shot, and you'll be lucky if you reach retirement without, dying of a heart attack or some crap like that.
They want what? A nation of it's not a nation
Workers.
of workers.
Yep.
You were asking about why black holes. The reason they need the black holes is, from what I understand, to fill in the holes in the math because the math doesn't add up. They're off more than into the 120th, 12 the 120th power, or is it 10 to
Here,
the
let me do the
128th
calculation.
power? But that was a statement made by Michio Kaku, which he also said that you think that in his field, everything is put under scrutiny and tedious experiment. And he goes, that's wrong. I don't have, maybe someone has the quote, the actual quote, but he said that it's by the seat of our pants.
10 by
Guesswork.
negative 10 by 120. There's a calculation result for it. That's the
Said
number.
So 120, yeah, 120 by 10. So 120 zeros.
120 placeholders. Yeah.
He said
Yeah.
you would think that we'd go through tedious experiment and the scientific method and tedious testing or whatever. And he said we don't. It's by guesswork, by the seat of our pants.
He even said that they don't
And
use the scientific method, didn't he? In his
Yes, he
quote, he
did.
goes, the scientific
that's
method.
what
He goes, what?
that's why black
Yeah.
holes. That's why black holes. They just it's like a filler. You know when you go to the store and you get these supplements, right? And it's got like maybe 2% of the thing that you're actually buying, and it's like 98% filler. You know that filler? That's to them in their equation. That's what a black hole is.
Okay, it makes sense.
It's a poor analogy, but one thing I think of at the moment.
So if you guys, I don't know, any of you, were to debate flat Earth versus globe Earth model, but you'll be the one with the globe. You need to argument the globe, and you are with the knowledge you know now about the flat Earth. It's
That's just it.
something that
There's no debate, though. There is nobody can debate. Nobody will debate. Nobody does anymore. And the reason is because it's not even a debatable question because it's a measurement question. So once the measurement has been established, there's no more debate. There's only objective truth, objective reality, which is that it measures flat. No one, the only way that there's a debate is if someone can bring a measurement of curvature. Then someone who has a measurement flat for the same area. If that were to ever happen, then they can debate about that. Or they can, someone is going to have to bring a measurement, some earth curving somewhere. And no one ever, most of the people who came into flat earth came into trying to establish that the globe was real. They were going to measure that curvature, bring it, shut the argument down because they thought it was ridiculous. And they were going to put it to sleep. I don't know how many people have said that. Then they come into it, they do measurements and observations. They become one of the most prominent flat earthers after that. Because no one can find any curvature. See, that's the problem. There is no debate.
okay.
I mean, some
It's like
of the other
go ahead.
topics can be debated, but go ahead, Higgs.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's good. It's a kind of a mute topic when they don't want to address the real issue. As you said, it's a measurement thing. It's like me telling you I'm going to build you a house with 5 rooms and it's going to be 10 meters by 20 meters, and you get the house and it's 5 by 2 meters. But that's what it is.
Okay.
It's simple. It's not complicated, but they make it complicated to tell you to look up at this and your eyes are lying to you and all this other gibberish where it's just simple. Where is that thing that you depend on? Where is the curve? It's either there or it's not there. It's either the house is that big or it's not that big. It's a very simple question that people overcomplicate. Sorry, go ahead. Just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Higgs, for helping to clear that up.
And they bring up like all the refraction with us, refraction, diffraction, deflection, all this other stuff. But they don't want to. They can't apply it to their own the ball model. It's. I was going to say it's funny. It's a bit annoying, but sometimes it's funny. So bring up a point. So if you're going to bring it up on my behalf, you should apply it on your behalf, which they never apply it on their behalf. On their behalf, nothing. I don't think most of the stuff works.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the red moon? Why do we have
I'm
a
not
red?
sure. I had one like where I am. It's very bright. It's not red. So I went to have a look just before I was outside for a little while, but
It's not
they're
blood
spraying the
red.
price.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, no, it's not. No.
Mm-hmm. It's not blood red. Yeah, I see it, but
Yeah, no, it's not red. No, because I'm in Australia, so it's not. Yeah, it's not red here. There's probably some. I would say electrical charge or magnetic charge that's making it do that at the. I know people in America are seeing it like that and other places. So yeah.
uh, so does flat earthers really know? I mean, they have an idea of why it turned red because of
No, we can speculate. Yeah, we can speculate, but
Yeah, any
this.
theories?
The only
Theories?
way that we could prove it or establish an actual cause is if we can make it go red and then go white and then go red. We'd have to manipulate it to prove that that's the cause. My best guess,
Yeah.
though, I could take a best guess, and my best guess would be that there's something affecting the vibration of whatever's causing the light, and it's vibrating at a frequency that's going to make it appear red. But I know one thing that it tells me. It tells me that it's absolutely not a shadow.
Hmm.
Does she know how to cast a red shadow? I kind of get this feeling that you know that it's flat.
A lot of globe earthers think that. No, I'm
Globe
really.
earthers think it too.
Yeah, globe earthers thinks I think it's flat. No, I just take the ideas that I kind of know, and I can't really say, oh, I think it's flat. No, I don't.
No, you don't want to think. It's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
really, all you gotta do is just
From
take
my perception, from
where
my
you're do
perception.
your own observation. Take where you're standing, see where they claim that it should be curving away, and see if the horizon extends beyond that point. It does.
It,
It's
It
not
should be.
curving.
from
Yeah,
my
it should be curving in 360 degrees in all way. They're just trying to tell you that it curves like a banana. It has to curve every single way.
Mhm.
Do,
Yeah, you
do you
do
get what I
that, then
mean?
you don't have to think. Then you would know.
Yeah.
I've seen some Globers on the debate chat, and they say, "Oh, I knew you were a flat earther. I knew." Dude, not
how,
now.
how dare you ask? Yeah, how dare you ask questions? You know what I mean? And listen, and that's why. It's because you ask questions. You have to sit there, yell at us, and be ignorant and belligerent, and that's how you know you're a glober.
Yeah, I joked with someone. He just gave me this picture of a horizon, then he squeezed it, and said, "Look, it's curved because he squeezed it in paint." And I was like, "Oh, there is no way, dude. I'm a flat earther now." But I was saying as a joke,
Yeah,
because that was just so stupid. Look, I
yeah, they
squeezed
do
it so
those.
it's flat.
Yeah.
And that when they started to say, "Oh, I knew you were a flat earther." It's just so
You've gone to the dark side.
stupid. Yeah.
Well, you seem honest, and I know that the truth, and the honest truth is that the Earth is flat. So it stands to reason. It's inevitable. If you're not, you're going to be. So future flat earther.
It's a time. Uh, at a point in time, maybe I will be. I don't know. I mean, from what I know and what I understand, I can't say it's a globe. So I'm kind of okay with being a flat
Everyone is a
earther.
flat earther, they just don't all know it.
Everyone is, and it lets you realize that makes it more real and brings it home that we're all in it together. You know, when you look at it from perspective, rather than living on this spinning sphere in this chaotic, vast universe.
Do you think it's something outer space, like Antarctica, out of space, not space, Antarctica, beyond Antarctica? Do you think it's something like
Well,
like
I mean, I don't know. There needs to be containment somewhere unless all of creation is the same, you know, relative pressure.
Mhm. I mean, I
However, I
heard
don't.
stories about that
All
in our birth and things like this.
yeah. Well, I mean, but where that contain it could be like uh, Earth that we know. It could be like 10 times that distance away. The containment could be. I don't believe it is. There has to be somewhere. I think it's very likely that it does extend beyond Antarctica. I mean, if you listen, all information that we have is indicative of it doing so. Outside of that, I couldn't make any. I mean, that's the only speculation I can make is based on what information I have. The only information I have is that there was a guy that went up in a hot air balloon, said that the Earth looked like a disc with slightly upturned edges. So the slightly upturned edges, I mean, that sounds to me like Antarctica. He didn't mention anything about anything extended beyond that, but he's looking from a bird's eye view. Admiral Byrd seemed to have went down there and saw land beyond ice. So, larger than the U.S., larger than resources that you never run out of. Endless resources, I think is what he said. So, and really, that's all I have.
Hmm.
Now, there's biblical religious text. If you take their accounts, it gets really interesting. There's some accounts that have descriptions of the earth. When it's mentioned in religious text, it's four corners of the earth, breadth and the width of the earth. That's indicative of a square, rectangle, cube. If you want to talk about a shape, but I'm not talking about a shape. I'm talking about what just the surface.
Mhm.
So, I mean, then there's supposed to be mountains to the south and mountains to the east and so forth, and all these other different scriptures, scriptures of the earth. So I don't know which part of any of that information I just mentioned is true.
Okay.
Can't vet any of it myself. I can't go there to verify. So, like the speculation that you can make, it can only be based on that information.
Mhm. Mm. How about dinosaurs?
Never seen one.
Never seen one, but do you think Bible mention it or
No, they
no?
make them in China.
Well, it
They
Yeah,
make
mentioned that it mentioned the Bible mentioned the creature. One, okay, the Bible mentioned some
Behemoth
pretty,
and Leviathan,
and then
dragons.
it
About
mentioned
it.
one that had like the tail, which was the size of a cedar,
either there. Yeah. Mhm. I mean,
40
I
foot
don't know if they
tall,
are
so that would be
dinosaurs,
like
but
I don't know. Or no, wait, that was a giant. Never mind. That was a giant that was as tall as a cedar. I think I got it backwards. That's what
No,
it
you
does
had it
say.
right. It was Behemoth in the Book of Job, and in Baruch, third Baruch.
I've seen guys like Rob Skiba who said they are dinosaurs that they were real. But I don't know. I see
Yes, I
the
mean,
Actually,
opinions are
mankind could have been larger back then. There definitely were, I believe. Okay, I believe that there were larger men. I believe there were giants. I believe could have been giants anyway. I don't know. I don't really know what to believe. If you want to know the truth about it, there's no asteroid that's came and it caused anything to become extinct.
oh
They're
yeah, of
very
course.
because there are larger trees, and I do believe there- absolutely. There's no question, right? That's objectively true that there are larger trees. When you, it's just like Stands to reason. If you have larger trees, you're probably going to have larger creatures living amongst the trees.
Mhm. Seen people who said Bible said the Earth is flat. Just just the Eden was flat. You know, just the Garden of Eden was flat, and that's the actual model that the flat Earth
Yeah,
model of the Bible.
except
Yeah.
for when you read Psalm 104, verse 5, it talks about he created the earth on its foundations, show that it shall never be moved.
Four pillars.
It doesn't
That
say
is the
four.
firmament.
Doesn't say four pillars. It just says on foundation, on firm foundation, on
Yeah,
pillars.
Pillars. Pillars of
the
the earth.
firm. That's
It
the
was four
firmament. It
cornered.
doesn't. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. It says that it's meant to be flat, but
Well, what does quarter come from? Quarter comes from what? A corner. Corner is quarter. So that still denotes, a portion divided, no matter what the shape is, but it is spoken about it being circular, not necessarily being like a perfect circle, but like, say, you know how a seal is, because even in Job it depicts, they're talking about a seal. The earth is like clay under the impression of a potter's seal, and the mountains stick out like garments upon it. And I think the garments has to do with the impressions where the clay would rise up.
Mhm.
So
And in another book, it says that the mountains were uh, to balance land, balancers, as it is like water, or as if it was on water, like water's beneath and water's above. The mountains were weights, I think, to balance or whatever. I don't remember the word specifically that was used.
Mm.
Cyrus was awake. He could tell you. He'd remember. Once in weights, I think, or something like that. That's another
Why
thing
do
that
you
they
guys
referred to.
what do you guys think about the books like, I don't know, The Unseen Realm, or by I don't know, Michel, maybe was his name, Hazer? I don't know that guy. The Unseen Realm, if you ever heard of it.
No, I don't believe I have.
Oh,
what do you think about the book titled The Chemical Wedding?
what is it, what is that about?
Well, it's about as old as the Bible itself, at least the English version.
Hmm.
It's the alchemical wedding.
Can you give me a link?
I could probably find you a link, but you could probably do a quick Google search for it. It's not the new chemical wedding, but just the chemical wedding in Old English. It's Rosicrucian.
Oh, okay, okay.
Let's see
Okay.
here.
So I need to go. Thank you for the informations, guys.
Mm-hmm.
You really been kind. Okay. See ya.
Ciao.
Hey, while you're talking about, wanting to look up enlightenment of the world, Earth of 1914, or maybe it was earlier than that, and that was just when the book was copyrighted. I don't know.
I see planets in alignment. Doo 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 doo.
That reminded me of a song, um, Aloha Akia, Neko Bear. have to listen to it, I guess.
So, yeah. Pretty good stream, huh? So far. Started out a little rocky. But that's okay. I had home be flatter day Saints here.
Oh no, yeah. Hey, it's good that you're streaming it, even when there's no convo going. Even if you just play something, people sometimes when a convo is going on, it's good. Well, like for me earlier, I had just woken up and I couldn't really get on here, couldn't really get in the room, wasn't able to talk or anything. But I saw that you were streaming, so I was able to listen to the stream while I did some stuff. And it's I don't know, it just helps.
Are you the D-Lifer?
I've no.
Because somebody keeps watching me on D-Live, don't leave no messages or comments or nothing, and sometimes I'm just like, Then I'll look and
I have D
I'll have
Live,
more
but
lemons. I'm like, how the fuck do I keep getting lemons? And it's like, okay, I'll just keep it up because that's money.
I have D Live, but I've not been on it for a while. I've not signed into it for a long time. I have a ton of lemons too. I'll hit you when I get on there. Gosh, I can't remember last time I've been on D Live.
Put those
Okay,
lemons
focus.
together, make some lemonades.
And see, that's the other thing, guys. I can even host like a video panel. Like if somebody has something they want to present, and instead of doing it on this, we can go to just a web page through Restream and do it that way.
You should do a vibratory physics awareness.
I think you should.
Awareness. Let's do a march. Vibratory physics awareness march. Get all liberal sided here. I'll be back. I might take you into the kitchen with me and listen to you while I do some dishes and cook something to eat.
Ewins?
What are we eating? What are we eating?
Honestly, if I cook something, it's going to be some beef liver and onions.
I thought you were going to say fried squirrel, burgoo, or what is that, Burdu or burgoo? Or
We've fucking gone
squirrel?
way off the reservation.
I was going to cook it last night. Actually, I've been into cooking for a bit now and didn't. So I was like, well, next time I cook something, be it. And it just happens to be 5 a.m. Still, yeah, beef liver and onions it is. It's all right. I eat breakfast at midnight, so breakfast late at night is good. Breakfast is good any time of day.
Yeah, food's good anytime when you're hungry.
It's never a bad. Well, no, I'll take that back. There is a bad time for eggs. You can be too hot to eat eggs.
I wonder how long Elon Musk will tolerate flat Earth talk on Twitter.
Oh yeah, that should be good. Interesting.
I think he's chill
No,
when it comes to
yeah, he
censorship and
doesn't
stuff
care.
like that. Uh,
He
I
doesn't care.
mean, I don't think he cares.
Nah,
I think he'd try to
he's
find a
got.
way to use it to his advantage.
Yeah, he's got it made. Like, what's he gonna worry about? A group of people that. He's got enough dummies. There's enough slaves running after him.
He'll use it for his entertainment and his advantage.
Of course.
What if he just came out all of a sudden and just like dropped a million, like a massive $1 million donation and says, "That's it, guys. You've convinced me, and I can't hide it no more." The only thing I rock us for doing was going up and kissing the firmament.
I doubt it.
Yeah, if he told anyone about it before he done it, he'd be killed. Be offed. He'd be suicided.
Yeah.
He's the Rocket Man, so he can't. Yeah, he can't do it.
Next thing you know, he's committed treason. They'll consider him a terrorist. They'll make all kind of outlandish claims about him.
They'll hunt him down to the ends of Bolivia like they did with fucking McAfee.
Do you like that one, Rocket Man? He's the Rocket Man, so he can't. Yeah, he can't. He can't come out with the truth when he's Rocket Man. You can't. He can let us talk about it, though. I reckon he'll let us because I mean, the dude seems all right. What he does is what he does, and at the end of the day, nobody's forcing those people to believe in, cartoons and whatever. So, it's called capitalism. It's to take off somebody's head to not being able to think. So, that's capitalism for you.
Cut off the hand to feed the snake.
I've got that song in my head, Rocket Man.
Yeah, that's why I said it a few times on purpose.
What's for Rocket Man?
Fucking
Okay,
Elton
I'm gonna
John.
do dishes and listen to you guys.
See, that's why I'm glad not to be indoctrinated with such high sigil magic songs, especially from Mr. Elton Sunglasses.
Yeah.
Because all of his songs were just willy-nillys.
Yep. I don't even like the guy. I don't even know how the song goes. All I know is just that Rocket Man, that's it. I don't even know the song. I just know.
Apparently, Truth Prevails does.
Don't let the sun. Just don't let the sun go down on you, bro.
Yeah, because the son's a boy, right? You don't want to get caught, with...
Yeah, that's a bit dirty. You don't want to be a Catholic priest.
Do 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 do.
Man, they sprayed the fuck out of the sky where I'm at. I was outside for like quite a while. I went for like a walk, run thing. I couldn't see shit up there.
Hey, I heard that the Australians saw what was going on, that the everybody was just allowing the small group of people with the stupid fucking Freemasonic uniform hat on to go around beating people up, right? So they decided to push back and start beating up the cops. And then all of a sudden now there's peace talks and talks about, well, what kind of government would you really like? And some bloke showed up the other day and gave them a 1-2 on what they really thought, and they just walked off and said, fuck you, mate. That's Fabian socialists for you.
Yeah, I don't watch TV, so I wouldn't have a clue. Whatever you're telling me, I'm taking your word for it, bro. Like, I don't have I don't care for it. But I know
New Zealand's,
there was...
it's getting bad in Newsed, man. And it's all in the Five Eyes. You notice this? All of this shit, all this authoritarian shit is happening in the Five Eyes areas. Why?
Yep. Yeah.
All the Commonwealth areas, why is it happening? Except for India. But India has their own problems.
Yeah. It's
very disconcerting.
Yeah, it is.
Because they're getting us planned to go forward to a one-world totalitarian government of communistic control. They'll call it something different, like motherfucking
Godism.
No, not like technocracy or some shit like that. They'll call it. Oh, we're elites in our field of study, and we know what's true and what's not true. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these corporations that have the money are paying you to go about a certain way so that they can come out with the new inventions they've come out with to corner the market on it.
Yeah, bro. I reckon they'll have 2 selling points: one for the zealots, and one for the people that love technology. And it'll be like, now, what do you want? Do you want a theocracy or technocracy? And it's got to be like, we're fucked in both ways. Anybody that's got a brain is going to think, oh shit, we're fucked. That's the way I see it anyway. I bet you see it the same way, because you wouldn't want no fucking theocrat, no fucking, some pope telling you fucking, oh, this is...
Can I vote warfare? New Millennium Tribal War?
Yeah, I'm down for that. Listen, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out in the blaze of glory, bro. Easy. I think you know me well enough.
Whoever has God on their side will be victorious. That's what I see.
Yep.
And if we just sit around and do nothing, then we're squandering our birthright of domination, of dominion.
Yep.
Don't realize that.
I've been saying this for ages, bro. And
there is no future but that which we make ourselves.
100%. That's why I used to have, the disagreements with the fucking 24/7 cunts. Oh, we're the center of creation, but, it's all predestined, and, we're the center and we're the best, but we can't do nothing, and blah, 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 we're all going to die. I'm like, just fucking die then. Shut up.
If that's the case and we're the center of creation and everything's happening as it's supposed to happen, then what does it say about you, the one that's being persecuted? You seem to have some twisted thing that thinks that you're going to be victorious in the end, but if you stand up and do nothing, the mouse will get squashed by the fucking elephant, even though the elephant's afraid of the mouse. It's like,
it doesn't work.
I know, and they don't get the allegories either.
Nah, they're way off. They're far off that. Okay, if everything's already written down, then they know what you're gonna do, that. So you can't change if you're gonna be good or bad. So that means everybody's gonna keep on. It's just like being a atheist. A bad person's gonna be a bad person. You can't make them good, and that's it.
Here's something I'm going to put out there, okay? If the Book of Revelation is a fabrication and it's not a real prophecy, right? If this is true, and all of the events that's occurring, that's folding in line with it, making it seem like this Book of Revelation is true, then that means that it's just programming or perhaps magic of what the people believe to have it come true, and steps are being taken subconsciously for these things to happen. Or There is
I'll
no
concur
end,
with that.
and they're doing what they can to reap all the riches so that they become the kings of the earth.
Yep, they do it every 100 years, bro. It happens every 99 years. And they'll have another book. It's they're not called scriptures for no reason.
Well,
the script is
what
there.
about?
The
Have
ghost
you
belt.
read anything on the Adam and Eve story that was locked up by the CIA after it was written and it was classified? Why would a novel be classified? And then, like in 2014 or something like that, it was released, highly redacted, with a bunch of things about the Earth, and it's talking about the Earth being flat, but they show you like an inner Earth type thing on a globe, and it's like, wait a minute, what? And then it says that the Adam and Eve, God, Jesus, and Muhammad will become the Brahma, Vishnu, and Krishna, and will be relegated to just myth when the new destruction happens. First, the seas will rise and chaos from the seas and storms will hit the nations and places that have never seen storms, like Saudi Arabia. And then a fire will come, because the first destruction was by water and the next one will be by fire and all this other stuff. And I'm just like looking into it. It's worth a good read, and you can find it on the CIA archive of all places.
I haven't been on there for ages, bro. I used to be on there, and I'd usually look. I'd be on like what's it called? Usually the government websites, like I forget what it's called. So where they publish all the things, like whether it's
Library of Congress.
talks. Yeah, Library of Congress. Yeah. Like people don't realize how much good information's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Like the first time they spoke about people coming from so-called outer space was in 1902. The US Senator, I forget his name, was speaking with a delegation from Japan. And the Japanese guy said to him, he goes, wouldn't it be funny if some dude came from outer space and blah, 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 blah. This is 1902. So, when people are saying this thing, happened in 1960, whatever, or 1970. So the first time they mentioned it was in I think 1902 or 1912. It was one of those two.
Here is here it is right here, guys. The real McLorden God had done it. Like he had like read it out or something like that. It's a Chan Thomas book, Declassified CIA Text, 2013, June 24th. So yeah, if you're interested, I suggest looking on it. And it's talking about like pole shift and all that crap, and yeah, it's interesting.
I'll have a look at that.
Which would be a cataclysmos, but what would be the epipyresos? That's what I don't understand. Like the epipyresos, like where would that come from? It would have to come from the sky or from the sun getting too close to the earth.
Yeah, but that's happened before, and
yep, it's even talked about it in mythology where the son of Helios grabbed the reins and got too close to the earth and started burning up the earth, so he was shot down with an arrow and killed.
Yeah, when did it happen? That's the so-called prophecy of Fatima.
Yeah,
that's what happened then. So apparently, and again, if
that was right around Guaranteed event.
Yeah, so it was all rainy, and all of a sudden, just went all light, and everybody was dry, and it was blah blah blah. You know what I'm talking about. So it happens. Like I've seen footage. It's happened quite a bit. Like I've seen footage in America where there's like sort of looks like a so-called comet, and then it just gets closer and closer, and the whole just sky goes fucking like white. It's pretty cool. dudes in the car, like they've got like you ordered the car cam. And like, wow, and I'm wondering like if anybody else notices it. Anybody else driving the car, like nobody notices.
Well, I've seen bolide light up like that out here.
Yeah,
Which is a fireball. It's an object that lights up like a ball of fire in the sky.
Yeah, as
traveling
far as I know,
north, and that was odd.
Happens quite a bit. It happens quite a bit in the down in the United States, like the USA. But you could take that as the sun falling down or whatever.
Something crazy though is there's this object that's been caught on film for a number of years. People just capturing it right as the sun rises. So it's pretty much going over when it's dark, and it's this thing like right at dawn. You can see like this trail of it, and it's somebody said, "Oh, it looks like a meteorite," but that's not a meteorite. Maybe it's a plane or something that's malfunctioning, spraying something. But when they zoom into it, it's this triangular thing that's just moving through the sky, and it's creating like 4 pillars of smoke that's coming off of it, and it's been captured throughout at least since before 2012. Since I've been watching YouTube, people have been capturing this thing on film.
I know what you're talking about. Fuck, man! I had like a lot of stuff on the old computer, even on my phone, which I don't have anymore. But
what would that be? Would it be an object that's right in that zone that everything burns up in? I don't understand. What would that be if it never impacts the ground and there's nothing on record of radar, but you can clearly see this thing in the sky? Like, huh? Is that great mountain that's burning? That eventually will fall to the earth, and that's wormwood? I don't know.
They've got some like mad, what do you call them? Call them hovercrafts or planes, whatever you want to call them, that almost invisible, that like suck in so-called air and pump out, like they can disguise themselves as a cloud, and you have to have like a really, really good camera to be able to see it sort of disguises itself like the atmosphere. It's like they've got some wicked technology, bro. These people that they don't share with us. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. And you know how people like Bob Lazar will come out. I think that whole thing is a CIA disinformation. The whole Bob Lazar story.
Oh yeah, Bob Lazar, yeah. Oh,
it's all CIA disinfo.
Bob Lazar,
why would he be able to break his secrecy oath and just have his professional life destroyed instead of, him being killed?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, look at Seth Rich. Seth Rich was killed for exposing what had happened to the DNC. So, I mean, who... Really? I mean, people believe it? Come on, really?
I love that pause. That I do the same thing. It pisses you off, right? It's a kind of release mechanism. I do the same thing, but all the time. It's out of like you want to fuck. You kind of want to slap people upside the head to say like, "Come on, man! Like seriously, like
right?
That's the hill you're gonna die on. Out of all the hills, that one. But I think they're doing something weird around here, bro. Because I'm in Victoria, yeah, and it's the most southeast point that you can be on the map, and they're
on
fucking
the sphere.
Yeah, on the sphere, yeah, on the sphere, but on the map, yeah, and they're spraying the fuck out of it, and it's really, I don't know, something's going on, I think, around here for some reason. Because there's a treaty that was signed in 1966 between Victoria and the US government, where there were legally spraying our sky since 1966, and now it's constant. Like I see the same fucking aeroplane. I've been seeing it now for. I've been going out for at night time. I've been seeing it for like 3 months, but I've been hearing it for a couple of years. Good, even before that. But
maybe you should be wearing a mask.
I reckon.
They spray on you.
Yeah, I wanted to have a look at the moon, just to see what's going on, because it's like a really, really bright where I'm at for some reason.
Probably has a silver halo around it.
Yeah.
Like, because that's something I've been noticing too, is like a silver halo, like it's hard to resolve it, like it's hazy. Like all of a sudden the clouds are different and everything's fucking hazy.
Yeah. It's, and they've been, since like, I've realised that it's bright, and as you say, it's like it's got this silvery tinge to it. And ever since I've realised that, they spray it more and more and more, and yeah, I don't know, it's doing my head in.
Do you think they're getting ready for holographic projection?
Oof.
The final card? Or do you think they're scrapped the final card, moved on to Messiah card or some rapture thing with the technology? Because, it's going to be a mixture of everything, right?
I reckon if they're going to do something, they'll throw everything at once, bro. I reckon that's, the last one, what you said. They'll do everything. They have
because words got out about final card. I mean, shit, Von Braun was bitching about it, going, "Nah, this ain't right." Because he knows what's going to come is everybody's going to give themselves over to this image that's been given power to speak. It's a hologram, and they're going to worship this hologram that's going to have this deadly wound, and everybody's going to be like, "Oh no!" and mourn for this hologram. This hologram's going to be healed with this special alien space technologies.
Right, I brought this up. I told them,
and whoever shot him in the head, they'll be hunted down by these alien drone type things and just incinerated.
Yeah,
we are friends. Type shit,
Remember when they did the TED talk and they had that faggot, what's his name, Elizabeth's son, and he got projected from England, like at the TED talk, like in 3D.
I don't know what bundle of sticks you're talking about, mate. Basket.
The same bundle, that one. This one. But they did that as a goof, and they showed the people what they can do, and nobody fucking realized. I was like, they did it at a TED talk, man. The dude is there in 3D speaking, and he's like, everybody's clapping, just ignorant as ignorant as can be. And they moved on. Nobody else spoke about it. I'm like, even though they've had this technology for God knows how.
Oh, fuck that, man. Have you looked at the fucking Chinese opening ceremony of the Olympics? That's all holographic technology. People saw that 360 degrees around that fucking tower.
Well,
and the tower wasn't as tall as it is. They projected everything with special mirrors and fucking beam splitters and shit. And holographic technology had sound and everything. Even had like a mock rocket launch. And then did you know, like since like 2020, since all that the thing, the Chinese had fucking built their own fucking space station. Did you know that?
Yeah. Did you see the city in the sky that was projected in China?
Yeah.
How wicked did that? That looked fucking awesome. Like, I have to give them credit, but when I realized when something was really, really up, when I used to go to dance parties like 20 years ago, bro, and they had all the lasers, and you could like walk, and there's these like 3D shapes in front of you. You know what I mean? You're partying, having a good time, and it's like if they can make that at a dance party, you know what I mean? Like, decent designs of objects and, spheres and triangles and even like sometimes other stuff, like a man walking or running or dancing, whatever, that's at a dance party for people who are, high as a kite. I'm like, yeah, woo. But yeah, like those cities, floating cities above China. Yeah, people need to see those.
You know
Ones.
what's
I'm not
crazy is they have these videos in China that started surfacing of these striking apartment buildings with dragon fire.
I haven't seen them. You'll have to DM me those ones.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Give us a look. I mean, I'm not a believer in dragons and shit, but
This is like a year or so.
Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not real. You know what I mean? I'm open minded. So.
Well, this was like a year ago and shit, dude. So like, bro. And I remember like watching it, and I go, "That's strange lightning."
Bro, I saw this dude in the middle. This was in Germany, like a couple of years ago. Everybody's running down the street. The dude's got like a camera from like the balcony somewhere, and there's this yellow fucking beam, and it's like cracking the middle of the road. Everybody's yelling, running. There's like shit on fire, but there's this one massive beam just like cracking the street. And I don't know, the dude was mumbling something in Yiddish and German. Whatever. And I was like, what the fuck? And I saw it from multiple angles. It wasn't like one dude. And nothing ever came from that. Like, it wasn't on the news, like, beam of light, wrecking road. No, nothing. They probably called Battle Mod to fix up the street.
And see, this other video says power line explode like dragon fire in China, even though none of the lights went out, and they wouldn't have power lines streaming from the top of a building down to a power pole. Come on now.
Oh, that's look at this photo.
Because that's what the explanation is of, these idiots that go, I can explain everything. Nothing supernatural or nothing. I mean, seriously, that looks...
I'm watching it now. That is... Hold up. This is...
People said they could see a creature flying and then sparking this thing at the ground.
What the That's cooked.
And that's the reason why they've been welding people in their homes. So, like, these areas have become, like, biggest concentration camps ever, like, entire cities in China.
Fuck, man. Shit. Bro, that's sort of like the shit that I saw that was like in Germany, yeah? But the light was more concentrated. It was more like a beam. How it usually starts off as that one spreads out. I don't know. These motherfuckers are just doing shit. It's either these bricks are doing something, or there's something happening and we don't have a fucking clue. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
If we're going to be honest, yeah, it's either they've got technology to do that. I mean, we do know that they have technology to do that. And they've got technology to make projections of if they wanted, a dragon, fucking whatever, or it might be something metaphysical that we don't have a fucking clue about. Either way, we're like, lurch in the dark, I don't know how else to put it, bro. I'm trying to get. I speak to Anthony. Gonna get me and Anthony want to go to. Is I want to see Aurora Australias, whatever the fuck it's called. You know, you got Aurora Borealis. Well, there's a special one here, and I haven't seen it. I really want to say that. Aurora Australis.
Aurora Australis.
Yeah. I hate saying it in English, it just sounds stupid. Australis. I can't say it in English for some reason. Aurora Australis. It even sounds dumb coming out of my mouth with my accent as well. I swear, I can tell. I can tell it just sounds fucking enough. Like, eh. But yeah, it's meant to be a scene. And I love saying that. I find it I find that shit really interesting. Sometimes, like over here, you know, like usually the Aurora Borealis goes like it's green, yeah. You can go like a
Greenish
sort of like a
red.
laser. Yeah. Well, over here it goes to purple.
Interesting. Now, see,
Yeah.
there was I ran across some video of somebody that found some of that that footage from like those Google cars, and this was right around Alaska, where the Aurora Borealis was firing off like really strong that night, and it took a 360-degree shot, and when it went to the extreme north, like, or magnetic north or whatever, it looked like a big plasma vortex coming up out of the ground, hitting the sky, and then creating this borealis type thing. And you could even see like the helical nature of this thing that was captured on the Google car thing.
You have that? Can you? I mean, I'll start again. Do you have that
You want me
footage
to find
somewhere?
it?
Yeah, if you can. Yeah, I'll watch that. I actually like. Sometimes I watch the live stream. I'll just sit there on the screen watching like Aurora Borealis. I'd rather watch that than TV. I find it.
I think it's called the Rupus Negra on COD or something like that.
Yeah, if you can find, I'll watch that. I find it like the thing that I find fascinating about what's called Alaska was apparently. So the story is
Here it is.
The Russian king gave that land to America. I mean, what the fuck would you get? What would you get that much land to a foreign country?
Oh, it's because we started putting in Western Union Telegraph, and it was quite a large, substantial amount of money. So they just said, "Well, fuck, how about taking Alaska off our hands?"
Yeah, but no,
that's the story anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure you don't believe it. I'm just saying, like, they already had plans together. Like, I actually found my documents of the written document of when the king said we're going to smash the Masons and take back the right of kings and da da da. So I actually found those documents again.
I posted that shit for you. The Rupus Negra / Hyperborea real 3-dimensional or 3D photo of it.
Oh, awesome. Is that a long one or a short one?
It's like just a still of this guy like moving around on this image of this 360 image.
So. I love the way he pronounces it.
You notice how it goes straight up? It's not moving up and around. You can even see stars.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You see them off this. Yeah, they're right there. I don't think it's done. Like I've got a different view of the thing, but yeah.
Right. I think it's a plasma vortex. I mean, you could see like what looks like a mountain.
He's making a lot of assumptions and his singing's terrible, but anyway.
Man, this is grim nasty.
Bro, you know what you need to do? Get a sound bite of him saying Rupus Negro, please. He sounds hilarious saying it.
Like a clip?
Yeah. Like a little, yeah.
Perhaps that's what the Norse meant by the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, the Bifrost Bridge, yeah. Well, there's a... Alright, so there is a tribe, yeah, down in, where is it? They're in Afghanistan. They call themselves... there's an actual Macedonian king. They're recognized by the UN. They came to Macedonia, where I'm from. They said hello, da-da-da-da-da. They speak the same language I do, but they've been in Afghanistan. They just found these people, you know, like, I don't know, like 30, 40 years ago. So there's a dude there, and he goes, we've been here for, you know, I don't know, whatever, 200, you know, over 2,000 years, you know, 25 generations, whatever he said. And the dude's English is like, oh, it's half decent. He's from the village. And he goes, Alexander never died. He went over the Bifrost Bridge with, he used that word too. I'm like, you know. And when they filmed this Thor, they didn't make Thor, so I don't know where he'd be getting books to read this shit from. But it's funny how, you know, because they never found, you know, him or his tomb or nothing.
Did you see what I just posted?
Let's have a look. Oh, what's this? Okay. So.
Is the Bible from heaven? Is the earth a globe? The North Pole hole. One of the main drains sucking the ocean waters in and out, causing tides.
What's the deal with that light inside?
That's the sun that's in the center of the earth.
So what's the black sun?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you get the. That's why they flash the diamond, because
supposedly this is mirror footage.
Oh, okay. Well, it's meant to be the black sand down the bottom. Then you have a straight line to the sun, another line to the moon, and then those two lines converge with the Polaris, and that's why you get the diamond. That's why they flash the diamond. You see the dudes, hold that diamond shape, when they do the hand sign. That's pretty wicked.
The music's kind of odd.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
The xylophone shit.
Could fix something a bit better, but yeah.
There's a lot of content on this Rufus Negra shit. I was like, oh shit. A lot of content on it. Why having a beard is better than not having a beard? Here's an ancient map to look at. What?
Fucking hell.
Oh, is that the land at the North Pole? Yep.
Bro, do you know about the
there is land at the fucking north.
There's I don't know if you've seen it. There was a group of Brazilian engineers that did the level testing, like over massive distance of ocean, like over up to 70 kilometers, yeah, top to bottom. So they'll do like a laser beam from one from the coast to the other side level, and then they'd get on the building, on top of the building, another building that's the same height, and the beam would hit straight across over 70 kilometers, maybe even more. I'm not sure. Have you seen that?
No.
It's a bunch of the Brazilians. They did this like documentary maybe 5-6 years ago. Engineers, like, they were like, oh no, it can't be a ball, da 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 da, and then when they were started shooting lasers over 70, 100 kilometers away, got on top of buildings that are meant to be, the exact same height, and they were hitting each other on the top of the buildings, bro.
FE Corps? Field Engineer Corps?
I'm not sure what it's called now, but I don't want to lie to you, bro. But it's like an hour and a bit, and it's done in Brazil, If you can, I'll see if I can find it for you too. But what they end up doing is they make Earth. So apparently they can sense extra land on the other side, but they've made it like a half floating rock in space. It's ridiculous. So everything's level, but except it's like this fucking retarded rock floating in space with another bit of land that they don't have the money to go investigate, but they were sending like sonar and shit there, and they're like, wait a second, how can there be, if you're sending sonar, it goes straight, nothing should hit, it should just go out. It's an old documentary. Yeah, but they made the thing as in like a rock floating in space, which was pretty sad. And they had like certified engineers and quite a few of them too. Everything was properly documented. And then after that incident, everything went, excuse me, hush hush. Wait a second. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Oh wow! Creepy U.S. military group says they're the ones pulling the strings and working behind the scenes.
What's this? Who said what now?
Creepy U.S. military group says they're the ones pulling the strings and working in the shadows. Here. This is like pretty much what we were just fucking talking about the Five Eyes. All this shit is happening in the Five Eyes areas.
Yep. What does it look like? Have you done I was going to say, if you can dot it out, I wonder what it will look like. So if you put a map and then just drew lines, I wonder what it would look like. So US to, what would it be? India, US, Australia, New Zealand. So basically you've hit everything. You've hit Asia with India, then you go to Europe. And then you can go to Australia, then New Zealand, then the US, and then India. That's good coverage right there. I mean, I don't like it, but it's good coverage.
Yep.
I just remembered something. Yeah, the dude that comes on, like, he's alright, but sometimes you know, what's his name? Cool Dog. He's been renamed Hello.
Yeah.
We had to, because he does that all the time. Hello. It's like,
Hello.
fucking hell.
May I ask a question?
Yeah. Can I ask
you don't
a
have to
question,
do that.
please?
You don't have to do that every time. Like, why you make fun of me? Hello. Yeah, but can you do yeah, I just did the when I said hello.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was kind of, I kind of lost my patience a bit, yeah. And I said to him, I go, listen, man, I go, there's no table. I go, it's Phoenician, and I go, the Germans, I go, it's Yiddish, yeah. I go, it's the same, you speak the same language. And he's like, no. I go, can you understand them? He goes, no, but yeah. I go, yeah, you can. I go, listen. And I go to him, what was Germany called before it was Germany? It's like, what do you mean? I'm like, before it was called Germany, it was called something else. It's like, I don't know. I'm like, Deutschland. Okay, before it was Deutschland, what was it called? He goes, why would it be called something else? I'm like, oh, fucking hell. I go called, it was the Weimar Republic. I go, before Weimar Republic, what was it called? He's like, I don't know. I go, Schwabia. I go, so it's the same people, just changing their names and doing dumb shit. And he got a bit, upset, but that's the other thing that people don't get. Just because you change the name of something doesn't mean that, you know, the thing's gone. It's
Sounds like he wasn't even aware that places' names get changed in the first place.
yeah, bro. He's like, it's been there. I go, dude. You should. It's hard to speak to these people, bro.
Oh, I know. I tried telling him that the European map, the names of the places were completely named something different, something biblical back in, early 1800s, at least 1840s.
Yep. Most of the topography had names that I would recognize in my language.
Yeah.
But it's how do you go? Then it's like, oh, you're trying to promote blah blah blah, and you hate, you know, that. I'm like, I don't hate anybody. I just hate ignorant people. Like, I've got no reason to hate you, Josh, just because you live in America and the US. Neither Flatty because, you know, he lives in England. You know, like, people take this like, dude, like, you yourself, you're not like, England is not you. You are not England. Like, one has nothing to do with the other. Yeah, you can't hate everybody that's in a place, and which is stupid, because the people in that place have nothing to do with what goes on in the country. To an extent, they do because of ignorance, but truly they don't, because, you know, they go about their own business. But it's hard.
Because I don't believe that anybody believes the way I do about the ball.
I'm just trying to explain to him that they lie, yeah? And the whole point is and I say this and people don't get it. How many times does a liar need to lie for them to be called a liar? Tell me you got what I said, yeah? Anybody? No, nobody agrees.
Yeah, that's something they use at 24.
Oh, they stole it off me, the pricks. As I kept on saying it there. Oh, at least it's gone to good use, as long as they're using it in the proper context. I'm like, you know, like, and I say, why do you, like, just say you're asking me a question, Flatty, yeah? And you're going, da 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 da, these people, and you ask me, why would they lie? So you're asking a person who's trying to tell you the truth that is not a liar, why somebody else lies. How the fuck does that make sense, man? It's like me doing harm to somebody and then somebody asking you, Flatty, why did I do harm to, you know, I did harm to Josh, and they're asking you why I did what I did. It's retarded.
Now, how dare you, buddy? I'm going to come and kick your bloody ass because the guy down the street stole my bicycle.
Yeah,
The
it's
guy down the
ridiculous.
street from you on your block stole my bicycle. I want to kick
Yeah,
your
so
ass.
now it's my fault because the dude, you know, that lives next door to me. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, people don't even realize what kind of, if they're not throwing accusations, the questions that they ask aren't even. It's not even a question. Like, it's. I feel like hit my head against the wall sometimes. But what? I don't know. Ask him. Ask the retarded guy why he stole. Why he fucking did harm to somebody. Ask him. Don't ask fucking me. Motherfuckers.
This morning. Cats are driving me nuts this morning. They're wanting to go outside. I can't let them outside right now. They're like, because it's a fenced in area, there's like 3 or 4 bird families that are teaching their babies to fly right now. There's like, in all areas of the yard, there's 4 or 5 baby birds hopping around, chirping around. So I can't let the cats out until they learn to fly. They're driving me nuts because they see them hopping around out there. I've never seen so many baby birds.
I believe I can fly.
I have to watch when I go out the back door because one's got a nest just over the door. When they come to feed the bird, when mama bird comes to feed the birds, baby birds, they I don't know if she's draking it out or if they're pooping it out or it's probably what she's doing when she stops to feed them. It's like right where she goes in the nest there, and it's right where you walk out the door. Look down and there's a big lot of bird shit.
Man, I'm trying to find this stuff that I was talking about, and I can't find it anywhere. And the dumbest shit ever is popping up. Like nothing to do with my fucking search.
What are you searching for?
Munchies? What the fuck does munchies have to do with flat Earth? Oh, there's these Brazilian dudes that did like all these experiments. They're engineers, like full qualified, uh, like one of the engineers was from a university, and they're like flat Earth, da da da. This is stupid. And for like an hour and a half, they just do experiments from shore to shore, yeah, like over 70 k's, 140 k's, yeah, hitting laser beams like to precisely from one corner to the other, and then they get up on like just say if the building is meant to be like 50 meters in the air, they pick the same one and they shoot a laser beam at it, and they hit it, and I can't find it anywhere. All this dumb shit's coming up. Oh, God. Wow. This. Okay. I'm gonna smash this phone. I'll stop because this has got nothing to do with nothing. Fucking stupid.
All right, I'm going to play a song.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Repeat after me, I am not free. They're lying to you, they're lying to me. What are they hiding? I'm dying to see. Why is it God that they're trying to be? The acquisition of wealth and power is what they know. They've always been among us, they own us, they run the show. When it comes to making a difference, we ain't moving. Freedom is a fallacy, you're just a free-range human. From the crib to the grave, you live as a slave, and that's just a matter of fact. If you wanna see change, forget all the games, we're gonna just have to attack. This is our world and we're snatching it back. If you don't want it, move off to the side. Not for the cowardly, not for the weak, only the strong come along for the ride. Won't be so simple, I'm not gonna lie, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna try. With everything that they're doing to all of us, maybe tomorrow we're all gonna die. Either way, they kill us slowly, dumb us down and make us dopey. Everything you see is fake and all the news you get is phony. It's time we show the people how the elite are so deceitful. It's time we rise up high up enough to expose this evil. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
ODB TV, truth of vision, the one and only. They hate the fact that I'm nosy, but I say fuck it, blow me. I'm a researcher, a real truth seeker. This is my classroom, fool, I'm a school teacher. Prepare to be blown away, everything you know gets thrown away. Take your mind to a whole nother level, put the pedal to the metal with no delay. How much worse must it get before we do something about it? For we are many, they are few, man, we got them surrounded. It's time we think outside the cage where our brains have been placed. The true history of the world has been changed and erased. It's 1984, these things are so Orwellian. Big brother, motherfucker, super totalitarian. Your thoughts being suggested, your speech being suppressed, always being corrected, freedom being oppressed, always under surveillance, in a state of unrest. And if you protest it, they put your ass under arrest. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans. Take a look around you, what you see is just illusions. Everything goes in circles, but there's no revolutions. They create the problems, then they offer the solutions. We're nothing but going to them, they treat us like subhumans.
What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions. What you see is just illusions.
It's 6:20.
See what? It's 4:20. What you talking about?
Sorry, I didn't realize I unmuted. But
Yeah, it's 4:20. Not 6:20.
here it's 6:20 here.
Darn West or Easterner, Eastlander.
I'm a no-lander. I'm a nomad. I'm roaming.
You're over there in the Eastland.
That's all right. We're gonna come. We're gonna come invade you soon.
Let's see. I think that's Venus because it's bright as shit. Not sure what that one is. Probably Jupiter, and I think that one's Mars because it's red. And then that one over there is probably fucking Uranus. I don't know. I don't know if you can see Uranus with the naked eye. Probably not. I don't know, but there's a bunch of fucking things that are lined up, lit up like fucking Christmas tree, fucking in a straight line. Well, not in really a straight line, but a curved line, and the moon's in line with it. It's like following where the moon went. It's crazy. This shit keeps showing up. It's the ecliptic.
Josh? Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you start another thing?
No.
Okay. Because for some reason I got booted off.
Hmm.
Um, I'm gonna leave my character in on here. I just when I go to sleep, I'll have the thing like I'll be on mute, but I'll leave the thing most of the time, just so
All right. Do you want me to play another song?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. I was saying like I'll be here to if there's somebody in, I can speak to them or whatever, and I'll leave my whatever you call that thing, the character on in here like all the time. So there's somebody on. You get what I mean? So it's not empty.
Yeah.
We'll get this channel going. Fuck the rest of them. No, I'm dead fucking serious. I'm fucking over like every time like when I've spoken about something, there's this dude used to do my head in every time I mention something in the 24/7 channel. This fucking Jew, he's got a channel. He thinks he's a fucking one of those what are they called the dudes that look at fucking bones and shit. Fuck me, I've lost the word.
Paleontologist?
Yeah, that's the one. There we go. Thanks. And every time I mention
dinosaur guy?
No, it's not a dinosaur guy. It's like a occultic, space, Nazi, so it mixes the occult with like ancient aliens and mixes in the demon, like angels with space and underground bases, so all this stuff. But he'll I know that the motherfucker listens to me because I've had arguments with him. I've called him out for being a degenerate liar, and I gave up like the day. Like I spoke to Battle Mind this, and I said, "Listen, man, I can't handle this anymore." And before I left, I said to him, "I'll go. You should read. It's called what's it called? The book's called like fuck, I've got it here somewhere. I have to rip it out. So it's like the book of the going by day." And the guy he did like a thing, he mentioned it because I mentioned it a few times. And he was doing some occultic shit and he had to mention the book too. But I didn't give the full title of the book. But the guy does my head in, bro. And just everybody's ripping off everybody. And I mean, not that anybody's making any money, it's just that there's like little groups within little groups, you know what I mean? Everybody in that little group is giving their little group a pat on the back for hearing something, not knowing about it, and just passing it on. Do you get what I mean? So when me and you speak, we'll speak about something, and because of understanding, we'll be able to explain it. Not just say it, or make up stories, you know what I mean? And it just fucking cooks my head. It really cooks me. It does my head in. Like a lot. There has to be like an end to it, man.
I'm going to go ahead and play the song then.
Yeah, go for it, bro. No problems.
It's Breaking the Law.
This is the resistance and I'm not giving in. Breaking the paradigm everybody's living in. No more spinning on a ball, that shit was just pretend. And I'm not gonna say it is just for the sake of fitting in. The truth is different to people because illusions vary. The truth is hidden, the truth is missing, the truth is buried. The truth is beautiful, truth is ugly, the truth is scary. That's why telling the truth is revolutionary. The truth is something that these people just will not provide. That's why they gotta keep sheeple completely occupied. Now our food and our fruits and veggies are modified. And that's what happens when common sense is just not applied. They govern your mind, that's why it's called governmental. Everything that comes out of their mouth is utter dribble. And we just sit here every day, it's always uneventful. That's why I'm out here causing ruckus, man, that's what I'm into. Remaining non-compliant, no, I'm not staying quiet. Never remaining silent, doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it. Have to be asleep to have the American dream. there's bloodlines, and they seem to think theirs is supreme. Democrats and Republicans are sharing the scene. It's no different than the WWE. Everybody's an actor and the world is a stage. We're just some slaves, never knowing the world is a cage. They got us worrying about chasing fortune and fame. They train us to ignore these things, and it's more than just strange. But I won't do this anymore, man, I'm taking control. If you don't do it for yourself, no one's saving your soul. It's better that you make it whole than they'll make it a whole. Ripping it, tearing it, twisting and taking it slow. I've never been the type of guy that would tolerate ghouls. They try to take us and brainwash us in all of their schools. They're lying to us every day while we're watching the news. But I refuse to lose, and no, I won't follow the rules. Forever I'm defiant, remaining non-compliant. No, I'm not staying quiet, never remaining silent. Doing everything that I can just to create a riot. I want the truth and I'll do whatever it takes to find it.
No, I'm not staying quiet. Forever non-compliant. See here. I wanted to showcase something from Flatwater Flat Earth, formerly known as I'm a G. It's one of these emails that he says he gets all the time. But I gotta find it.
Is this?
Flatwater.
Okay.
My browser's running really slowly. Ow.
No.
You know, of all the people, I have to give him a big up, man. For me, he's the one who stayed truthful to Flat Earth cause the most. He's Eric Dubé. I don't give a fuck what anybody says about him. He hasn't panhandled. He hasn't been like, oh, you know, blah, 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 Jesus, or blah, blah, Buddha, blah, blah, Muhammad, you know. So he hasn't invoked any of that dumb shit. He's never asked for a handout. And he's a good guy. That's just my thoughts anyway. My 2 cents.
Since it won't, the bot won't let me run YouTube. Of course. So I got to do some magic stuff here. The thing will stop playing. Browser is running so slowly right now.
And YouTube has gone down the shitter. Like, it's really bad.
I know.
I think they're doing it on purpose, to be honest.
See what happens. I wonder if it'll let me play a video through the bot if I upload the video. We'll see.
Oh, okay, so I feel... Okay, yep.
Or if it only does audio. Well, what the hell happened? You didn't give me any reason why you couldn't upload. You just failed to.
Fucking burn myself on a candle.
You burnt yourself? Don't do that.
Yeah, on a candle. Yeah, on a candle. This fucking candle, man. Witchcraft is not easy, bro. Fuck. Fucking hurts. Can't.
No, it's because it's too big.
The candle, yeah, it's fairly big.
No, the file.
Just like this. This image is big, bro. That's why it's burning me.
And I gotta go through this bullshit all over again.
You know, there's like the 5 books of Moses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've got the 6th and 7th book of Moses. It's all witchcraft. It's fucking hilarious. I haven't told this to anybody. I think I might have mentioned it to Battle Mod once. You're the only other person, and now everybody who's listening to the live stream. But yeah, I need to. I need to go through it again. It's not something that's known. It's funny how you read about all this stuff and and then you get like the Book of Solomon. It's all like witchcraft, like summoning this and summoning that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool though, you have to admit. It's interesting. If anything, I'd rather think about that than outer space, bro. Honestly.
Yay. Yay.
That was the
Okay.
funniest, yeah. Go on.
This is the original video. So I have the MP3 now. So I got to do this.
Are we going to watch something or are we just going to listen to it?
I'm just going to listen to it because it doesn't allow me to. Yeah.
Gay bot.
Probably going to do the same thing here. There, I don't know what you mean. But then I got the link, so I can just copy the link.
Oh, that's you. I'm like, who the fuck is this cunt? Fucking senior mod admin. I've never seen this bloke. It's you. Like this before I I'm like, when the fuck did this dude fucking creep in here? Fucking
Who the fuck is this cunt?
Yeah, who is this cunt? Just fucking admin, fucking da-da-da. I'm like, what's that you? Motherfucker's just creeping in on the action.
It's my streamer.
Yeah, I got it.
My streaming bot.
Josh bot.
No song or URL. Well, let me grab a URL from you. Copy link. Thank you. And then this is how fucking retarded and loops I have to jump through for entertainment for the people. Enjoy. How come it's not playing?
Enjoy what? Enjoy nothing. Are you from the
Hello
government?
everyone, welcome back to Flatwater Flat Earth.
Okay, here we go.
Today we have something so interesting. I have all these other movies that I've been working on for you guys, but they're much longer. They're full-length videos, and they're going to take some time to edit and put together for you. However, what I've got for you today you should find very interesting. As I've mentioned before, I get these letters fairly regularly. I can't thank this person enough for sending me this information. And again, I have to say thank you to all the people who have ever sent me information. You guys are the best audience. You're absolutely amazing. I'm astounded by how much you guys know. So please continue to share. This is how these things get done, is when we share. So this is former NASA official confession. I'll show you my Gmail inbox here. And you can see where this came from. Now he says he's used some aliases here to cover his tracks, so it makes it a little more difficult for them to directly punish him. This is a former NASA official's confession. To whom it may concern. My name is Dr. Keith Smith. I am a former chief engineer with NASA. I write this message to you at great risk to my personal safety, as well as that of my family. However, after viewing your channel and videos, I believe that you may be able to help me. I'm trying to get my story out to as many truth seekers like yourself as possible. There are terrible things going on right now that the people need to know about. You are a brave person for being willing to speak out against the evil powers that be. Below is the story of how I became a part of the conspiracy to blind the masses to the true nature of reality. I joined NASA in 1996 after earning my doctorate's degree from the University of Michigan. I genuinely believed that the work that I was doing on the shuttle program was putting men in space. As a low-level engineer, I was still indoctrinated with the lie of the Earth's shape. In 2012, I was promoted to chief engineer. In this position, I was tasked with overseeing the engineers and designers of various projects and future missions in the space program. At least, this is what I thought I would be doing. It was only later that I found out that I received this promotion because my superiors felt that I could be trusted with the secret. On June 7, 2012, I was approached directly by the acting administrator of NASA, Charles Bolden. When he offered me the promotion, I readily accepted. It was at this point that I had to be let in on the secret. On June 10, I went to Washington, D.C. to meet with Administrator Bolden. The pretense of the meeting was as a way of meeting the other heads of NASA and as an introduction to my new position. When I went into the meeting room at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., they sat me down and went through introductions. The meeting consisted of myself, Administrator Bolden, Deputy Administrator Lori Garver, Associate Administrator Robert Lightfoot, Director Michael Coates of Johnson Space Center, Director Robert Cabana of Kennedy Space Center, Director Arthur Goldman of Marshall Space Center, and Chief Scientist Walid Abdelati. After the niceties had concluded, Bolden became very serious. He told me that what I was about to hear was going to change my entire life, and that I may struggle to believe it at first. His only request was that I hear him out. From here, he revealed the secret to me. I will never forget the moment Administrator Bolden looked me in the eyes and said, "Everything that you have ever been taught is a lie." From here, he told me that the Earth was in fact flat. This is something that had been known for thousands of years by the ancient peoples. However, as the general population became more educated and their social status increased, they became restless and a danger to themselves. It became necessary for a great lie in order to prevent a collapse of society and another dark age. You see, historians will tell you that humans have known that the Earth was round for thousands of years. They will point to the likes of Eratosthenes, or Eratosthenes, saying that he knew the Earth was a globe in the 3rd century BC. They will even say that he calculated the circumference of the globe to within 1% accuracy by having Bemetis measure the distance between Alexandria and Syene, by walking the distance and counting steps. However, these historical records have been fabricated and left for the historians and archaeologists to discover. It was only 200 years ago that the true nature of the Earth was general knowledge. However, all records of this knowledge have been destroyed. I was also told that NASA's true purpose was not space exploration, but maintaining the globe conspiracy and maintaining the integrity of civilization. When Administrator Bolden had finished, I was left in utter shock at what I had heard. Surely this could not be true. It must be some form of trick or joke. In fact, when Bolden finished, I just laughed at him. However, Bolden maintained his composure. He told me that he too reacted the same way when he heard the truth. Others in the room went about recounting their stories of first hearing the truth. In fact, Director Goldman said that it took him months to be fully convinced. I was told to go back to my hotel and think it over. At first, I was in denial of the truth. It took weeks before I fully accepted what I should have always known. The other senior NASA officials were very supportive of me throughout the process, being patient with my many questions. As chief engineer, my main job was coming up with plausible designs to then pass down to lower-level engineers. They would then properly design and even build the spacecraft. They never knew that what they were designing would never go to space. It was my job to ensure that. Whenever we launched a rocket, it would just fly out of range of the TV cameras and civilian tracking capabilities before ditching into the ocean. Many rockets can even still be found at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. I went along with spreading the lie for 7 years until I retired at the end of 2019. Even after I retired, I was still fully on board with spreading the lie of the globe. I was indoctrinated to a fanatical degree that lying about the Earth's true form was the only way to preserve society. However, with the COVID pandemic, I had a religious awakening and found God for the first time in my life. Through this, I realized the error of my ways. The people have a right to know the truth. It may cause a social upheaval, but I think that it is worth it to break the authority of the conspiracy. As a part of the conspiracy, my every move is closely watched. They have been growing suspicious of me. I am using false aliases as a way of defending my identity and delaying them from silencing me. I strongly believe that it is important that the truth is spread to as many people as possible. They will do everything they can to suppress your message. It is no accident that YouTube and similar platforms are cracking down on conspiracy videos. I hope you find this information helpful. Please feel free to reach out with any questions that you may have. I will try my best to be responsive for as long as possible. Thank you, Dr. Keith Smith.
Safe.
I think some of his points here are
There's
interesting,
more.
particularly
Okay.
with regards to Eratosthenes and the circumference, and the Beamatists, and this point where he says that, however, all records of this knowledge have been destroyed. It's true. When we go back, we actually have noticed even since Flat Earth began that, or since this awakening and this movement has begun, that as we say things and point them out to people, they'll literally go and change it just after we point it out, or they'll add information to it to try to change what people think about it. And they also remove a lot of documents that we point out. Having said that, there are certain documents that are maintained that they have to keep there because other people have already noticed them, that have information that proves that the Earth is flat. So I'll show you a few of them right here. I intended to put these in other movies, but this is a great place for them. As you can see here, this is people who charted the entire path across the ocean from West Africa to East Brazil. And you can see that they charted the entire bottom and everything along, and you can see that it's flat.
Oh, it's all good. Anyway, well, that was that.
Yeah, I think I've heard that. Yeah,
the rest of it just goes into like pictures. Sorry,
I was gonna say, people are pretty forgiving, bro. If these cocksuckers or cunts come out and just say, "Listen, man, we've lied. We thought we were doing the right thing," blah 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 blah, and try to make up for it in an honest way, people will forgive them. Yeah, but they're not doing that, which is shit.
Because they're cunts.
Yeah, because they're actual cunts, exactly. But if, as much as I dislike the motherfuckers, if they came out and said, "Listen, man, fuck, sorry, it started, then and there, that's when I blah, 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 I'm sorry, yeah?" And if you can see that the dude is genuinely sorry, I will forgive me personally. And I think most people
Doesn't Australia have like a primitive space program type thing, like a rocket program for space travel? Like they're developing one? And it's got the acronym of ARS.
Yeah, you guys.
ARSE.
It was because of you guys. It was because of you guys they put some bullshit here. Yeah, it's linked to the fucking some American bullshit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we do. It's some fucking bullshit. But that's because we're like a funny location, and there's so much land. It's, you know what I mean. They have to do something. You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So, and America and Australia are sort of like, even though, it's a Commonwealth, and even though America, so-called republic, but they're still Commonwealths they're still under the Queen, but there's still like a Masonic undertone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, they're kind of, I don't know, bro. This place is weird. It used to be good, bro. I don't know what happened to the people. I sound like an asshole, but people were a lot different, bro.
You talking about this place we live in called Earth, or just where you are at?
Like, yeah, like the whole thing, but specifically Australia. Yeah, like people were. You walk down the street, you could say hello. Another motherfucker would say hello back to you. How's it going? You know your neighbours. In the space of maybe 10 years, it went to shit. Like, literally, you could go out anywhere, bump into somebody, spill their beer. Sorry, mate. I'll buy you a drink. No, I'll buy you a drink. No worries. Da da da. In the space of 10 years, it went from that to, what the fuck are you looking at, you fucking cunt? Da, 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 da. I'm going to stab you. I'm going to shoot you. Within 10 years. Within 10 years, like, absolute shit. I think, like, I don't care. Like, they say immigration or migration, it's the same word. But they started letting in, I think, like almost 1 million people in, almost 1 million people a year, which is a lot for here. You know what I mean? We're not like, we're not like the US. You know what I mean? We're a different sort of, you know. We've got like 24 million people. You guys have like what, 340 million. So I think they did that too.
We got a lot.
Yeah, I think it was 340 apparently, 340 million or whatever. But we've got like 24 or something. But you know, you make the people dumb. You let in people who, it's not their fault, coming here for a better life, and they just do, you know, monkey see, monkey do. They don't know the laws, so then everything gets all fucked up. You know what I mean? They call it this, citizenship tests. You know, do you know how to fucking speak and whatever? They should be tested on the law. You know, like, fuck it. What am I talking about?
Well,
it just does my head in.
I know, man.
Sorry.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and land this thing and call it a night. Go to bed.
All right, sweet as well. No worries.
Because we have like, got like nobody sitting in the live stream except for that one person in D Live.
All right, cool.
So that mystery individual. But
the lemon man.
Yeah.
It's the lemon man, I'm telling you.
So I'm gonna go ahead and roll the ending, and then
cool.
So,
is this going to be like a thing that we're going to do like every week, or you're going to do it every how often? Do you have a plan or something, or not?
It would be nice to do something like that, but shit, like the time frame. It was so hard to get people on here at the beginning. It was just me and Latter-day Saints.
Oh.
And then Cyberblitz jumped on for a little bit. And so
was it on here?
Yeah.
I was on here, wasn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, like later on, but I mean, this thing started at like 5:00 p.m. my time. It's all in the event thing.
All right, cool. When stick up the event and like, put up another event or whatever, and even I'll pass it on to like whoever's on my friends list, whatnot. I think we should try to make it. I'll write a sentence again. I think we should try maybe like Friday nights or whatever, or Saturday nights, one or the other.
Got to do something, figure something out.
Yeah, that would be good. We'll get your channel going, and
got to figure out when everybody's like available too.
Yeah, and we can pick like specific topics as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wouldn't mind doing like a law thing, and just if like because I'm shit with computers, I would need somebody to, when I say something, to pull it up, because all the stuff that I would say is some public info. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we don't really have a Jamie to pull that shit up.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it would be neat to have a Jamie that would pull that shit up. Pull that shit up, Jamie. I'm talking about Toe Rogan again. You know, Shield Rogan.
Yeah. Well, fuck. I wouldn't know how to do it with the editing.
Why don't you leave your stream running all the time, 24/7?
Because I can't do that.
You don't have to publish all of it.
I don't have. No, I can leave this stream going, but like the thing is my account won't be in here. So like that's the thing. Like the stream wouldn't be running. I cannot and I will not do a 24/7 stream. It's useless and a waste of data. I mean, there's a lot of data to do streams. A lot of data. But the thing is I have overages that they start charging me for after I go over a certain amount.
Okay, that makes it hard. Yeah. So you don't have unlimited data.
No.
Can I ask something? What about if, like, just say, I'll do it. I mean, I'm not a fucking zillionaire, but whatever it costs, like, we'll all PayPal you whatever or something.
Well, that depends. Like wherever you are with your internet, if you have good internet, you should be able to stream. But you need a good computer to do the streaming. At least 6 gigs of RAM, right?
I've got one that's got 8 gigs of RAM, but it wouldn't even stream. It wouldn't even let me share my screen while I'm in a room in a voice call.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to ask some stupid questions now, and we'll see where we get with the questions. Just quickly, how much does a computer for streaming cost?
I don't know. This one was like $650, and it's like barely there, but it's able to do 1080. But I don't know why. For 1080 for just text, I think for better readability, probably.
I don't know, but if I had one that would do it, I would take on the responsibility. I've been wanting to do it. I've been dealing with computer issues for like 2 years now, but I would want to do it 24/7 if I did.
I'm just trying to propose something. If just say maybe every week we could all, I don't know, whatever it is, every week we chip in something, and I don't know, Josh, you have the computer. I don't like. For me, it doesn't.
Like, see, here's the thing: if we can get more people in the room and all of that ready to talk about stuff, like the live stream doesn't just have to be live streamed. We can use the Craig bot to do 6 hours of recording at a time, and then that's audio recording, right? But then again, that's going to be a large file to download, but at least that's not a load on anybody's system. Then they can download it at their leisure with Audacity and then master like snippets of it and whatnot, and then do like a podcast, because like a podcast you can only do like upload 1 hour segments, like certain file size too.
Okay.
But if we're just playing the file back for like a streamer, that shouldn't take much. But the thing is well, but yeah, there's ways around it. There's enough technology out there.
I'm just thinking, like, if we all pull in whoever's here, even if it takes like a couple of months, whatever, if everybody puts in a little bit, I mean, I think we have a decent group of people here. If everybody chips in a little bit, we can get at least, say, decent computer. You handle the computer, Josh, whatever, and then it's, we can.
I don't know how I can handle the computer if it's not my possession. That's the thing.
No, I'm saying like if we chip in
for like
to get one.
The best thing for like an encoder machine is a tower, not a laptop, but a tower. That way, it's got a stable power supply and a stable system, and it's not based around mobile architecture. Because mobile architectures are a bit finicky.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if we have like a PayPal or GoFundMe just towards that for.
Well, I got a tip thing set up, and latest tipper, no data, recent super chat, nothing. So yeah, no.
Where's that? I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's the data on my stream.
Oh. I don't even know where it is.
I have a service set up to where like all of those metrics are handled.
Okay. I'm just saying I'd rather like send you whatever, like every week, whatever I can. And if everybody does that, we can get you something to run the stream on.
Yeah, but the thing is my internet. I can't run it on this internet. It's
the
infrastructure out here is shitty.
Okay, I'll get you.
It's not the computer itself. It's the fuck because I have a streamer, and I can use my phone as a client and all that. But the thing is I don't have the data for it. The internet out here is shitty. Fucking Suddenlink and it's monopoly. There's no other choice unless I'm going to go with satellite. Yeah, right. Pay fucking 4 times the amount.
I get you.
So
it's either has to be you, Battle Mod, Truth, or Cyrus. Because you guys are the fucking, Battle Mod Zone,
I
and you guys are
nominate myself because I've been needing
clan.
a computer would actually help me come into the voice channel. It's a lot easier too. But here's the thing, though.
but not an encoding machine. An encoding machine, you don't want to jump on it. You want to create an account that's just set up for that encoding machine to where it's just running the encoding like a bot. And then, like, you would have another machine that you would use for your client, like to interact, like how I'm doing it right now. I'm using my phone on this account while I'm streaming through my Flatness of Water account.
Yeah, you can educate me on that stuff, though.
Yeah, because if you try to speak on the same machine that you're encoding, everything's going to be echoey and the sound's going to be all fucked up.
I've been trying to figure out a way anyway to contribute more to this server and what I do and what I have been. Because it's like Josh handles the bots, man. It's like it's like I've been meaning to ask you about that Craig bot too. If you use it and you record, like what does it do? Like 6 hours worth at a time? Did you say?
Yeah, run it.
Like how do you access?
Run it right now.
Oh, I've got
a
good thing. Can I ask something quickly?
/ yeah.
So this will be a better thing. I think this will help Truth and me as well. So can you just say type up like a list of commands and just send us a thing like you do / activate Craigbot or deactivate.
You guys should have the / command menu open. And / command has 24/7 Craig, Disboard, Discord servers, Distube, Dino, Me6, Trivia, and Yagbot. And like all of the commands that your role is able to access will be listed there.
Okay.
So like for Craig, you would hit the little bear thing, which would be the second down or whatever. And then you have record, auto record info, auto record on, auto record off, bless, features, info, join. So you go join and then +1 optional, and then you can click which room you want it to join, or just have it in the room that you're in. It'll join, right?
Okay. So what was the command to say what I can access?
/
And then okay.
You should see a bunch of icons pop up, and one will be Craig, which is a blue icon or a blue background with a teddy bear with a microphone. So basically, you would type in join / join. And then it'll pop up with a couple of different things. Hang on. JOIN. It'll come up with the trivia bot or the Craig bot. So click the Craig, not the trivia.
So there's a Craig thing. Or can I even click on it? Okay, there it is. And then it's got auto record.
Well, no, just hit / join. No, you have to click on the Craig icon.
Yeah, that's what I did.
You can't just type / join. You have to use the / command.
Yep, so I did / I clicked on the Craig thing. And then join.
And
okay, there it is. So join.
Have something black that says additional option or whatever.
Yeah, it says the trail bot or whatever. And one's the Craig bot.
Yeah, click the Craig, not the trivia.
Yep.
And then hit
that
enter.
says like
Don't worry
just
about
enter.
the optional. Yeah.
Okay, let's just see what happens. Oh no, if there's a convo going, if you're not here, I can record it or something. Sure. Did it work?
Don't look like he joined.
Okay, I don't have permission. That takes me out of the question. Oh, that's truth. Start coming on here a bit more so you can use the Craig button. I don't know what else to say. Like I try to be in here as much as possible, yeah, and I try to start conversations till you guys come in, and I'm just trying to think of a way to make this, get it up and going, so then we can actually speak about things. We can have like a panel and bring up proper issues. You know what I mean?
I want to do a live call-in show eventually.
Yeah.
As soon as I
Exactly.
get a computer where I can do it, I'm doing a live call-in show. Even if I don't do it in here, I'll do it just through YouTube by itself. But I'm doing a live call-in show.
Well, I have to travel like fucking 5-6 hours to do presentations about fucking law, yeah. And when I talk about law, it's not just here for Australia; it's for you guys there, and it solves a lot of problems. And I'd like to share that. You know what I mean? And then you talk about esoteric stuff, flat Earth, anything. The thing is that you can do something and do a proper procedure to show the people how it works. And then once that's done, if especially if you have like a calling thing, that's even better because some people are a bit silly and don't
I want
know.
to reach the audience that's not in this conversation and haven't heard the arguments and that is just living their ordinary daily life and haven't run across the arguments. Like when it comes to flat Earth or even like if they've heard of any of it, it's just been vaguely in passing and they don't know. Like I want to talk to those people. First
Well, yeah, you can
exposure
reach.
people.
Yeah, you can reach whatever audience you want, whether it's the beginner of flat Earth, whether it's people trying to go across, the mental plane, or whatever it is, spirituality, whatever. We need to have like a sort of, a system. There has to be a game plan. Do you know what I mean? The shit thing was about 24/7. There was something good going, but there were shit people up there. Yeah.
This
Except
is
for a
what the
couple.
command. This is what the command should look like. Truth.
Yeah, it came up for me, but it says you don't have permission
Download it
to.
first before I can even see it.
Let's see if I have permission for it to join. And just hit join and then enter. Yep, it's in.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah, it's in.
And then it sends me a DM about like the web app and all that other stuff.
I just leave. Can you just leave it in here and leave it recording? And then if you have like a really good or profound convo that happens during that, then you could download it. Right.
It only does 6 hours of recording.
Oh, just do it 6 hours at a time. It's just like the first quarter, second quarter, and third and fourth quarter of the day. So someone could manage each quarter of the Craig
Yeah.
bot, like make sure it's in here for
Like how high up on the food chain do you need to be to operate that thing?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking.
I mean,
I'm
try
not
it
sure.
and see because you're what?
He already tried and he couldn't.
Yeah.
And that's a gold plus
But
moderator. Moderator should.
That is from
Hmm?
my incapability or lack
Yeah, I'll
of.
give you a screenshot. It says that it didn't. Here, I'll put it in the live stream. You'll see that it says.
Yeah, I believe you. I'm going to go ahead and end my stream since Craig Bot's in here. Then I'll figure it out for you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do. This is the divided states of Illuminati land. People stumbling all over the place like zombies, man. Just like the Walking Dead, they got this country zombified. All your water's fluoridated, all your food is modified. You are what you eat, so I guess that means that you're a GMO. And you don't even know, but you're too blind to see it though. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. Just how they need it, cause your freedom was never a thing. The best kind of slaves are the slaves that don't know that they're slaves. Stuck in a daze and they behave how they're told to behave. Good little sheeple people, always happy, always gleeful. No revolting, no rebelling, no uprising, no upheaval. The ones that rule us wanna keep us all clueless and weak. It's not looking so good for humans, the future is bleak. You think you are unique, but really you're a replica, created by the false education that they gave you here. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We are conditioned every minute of every day, and being ignorant is just the American way. The national debt is a debt we can never repay, but if they say to pay your taxes, you better obey. Hypocritical kingdom of wicked criminals, using symbols and signals to fill your head with subliminals. When you watch TV, it's corroding your mind. When the 5G network goes online, there'll be nowhere to hide. Electromagnetic frequencies all around us so frequently. Nothing is what it seems to be. They deceive us so easily. No one even believe in me while they're meeting in secrecy. Have you seen the world recently? Never treating us decently. What happened to liberty and justice for all? Dictators free themselves, but we don't get nothing at all. I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America,